More thanks, right? To clarify what happened last time, I know we're starting the 4th episode. The 3rd episode took a while. The 3rd episode is essentially about this samurai action TV show, which we found out the producer was the killer. But not really the killer. It was a really confusing one. It was like the producer was the killer, but in hindsight, she was actually kind of doing self-defense because the actor who was actually the victim was the person trying to kill her. Weird scenario. But essentially, we solved the murder and we got the guy who was actually on court for tried for innocence. So he's fine. What? We're doing this next episode, and apparently it's about Edgeworth. It's about all I know. It's called Turnabout Goodbyes. So I'm kind of curious. But let's look. Interesting. It's been, what, 15 years? About that, yes. 15 years is a long time to wait. Can't imagine how much I've suffered. You've suffered? But now, the perfect opportunity has presented itself. At last, I shall have my revenge. Bum bum bum. Gun. Merry Christmas. Damn. Cold-blooded. Edgeworth. Self-defense, maybe? Like, maybe he did the murder, but he was defending himself? Like, who said Merry Christmas? Was the guy who's aiming at him? This is perfect. This is a Christmas stream. This was unintended. Fantastic. December 25th, 10 o'clock a.m., Wright and Co. law offices. So this is actually a recent murder then. I thought this was going to be like years ago or something like that. Hey, Nick. Do you know if there are any good waterfalls around here? Waterfalls? Dare I ask why? Duh, Nick. Isn't it obvious? I need a waterfall to stand under, preferably a freezing one. Oh. Is that part of your spirit medium training? Of course. Except I've been slacking off lately. I need to brave the elements to be forged anew under the rushing spring waters. Okay. I don't know about any falls per se, but Gourd Lake is pretty close. Oh, darn. Sorry, but them's the breaks. Can't you just take a cold shower or something? Good idea. So much for rushing spring waters. Next in the news. A large unidentified animal was sighted at Gourd Lake. The town is buzzing with excitement. Locals are calling it Gordy, and a tip of the hat to Nessie, the Loch Ness monster. Though its namesake, Nessie proved to be a hoax. Locals are confident that Gordy is the real deal. Boring. Can they show our real news for a change? Nick? The water pressure's kind of low in the shower. You want more pressure, huh? Why don't you go down to the fire department and have them spray you with the hose? Yeah, she's like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. Apparently, Fey blood is no aid in detecting sarcasm. We are interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Strange occurrences continue at Gourd Lake, but this time it's murder. Gourd Lake again. The body of a man was found in the lake early this morning. A suspect was apprehended. Sources inside the police department revealed that the suspect's name is Miles Edgeworth, age 24. Edgeworth was an up-and-coming prosecutor known for his skill and connections. He was guaranteed a long and rewarding career as he thrown it all away. Edgeworth? What's going on? Edgeworth would never do something like... Nick? Yipes, Maya. The fireman yelled at me when I called him. We've got bigger things to worry about than that. They arrested Edgeworth. What? You mean the prosecutor? Yeah, he's a suspect in a murder. What? When? Where? Whom? Why? How? How? Why? I don't know. Let's go find out, Nick. Alright, cool. So, I guess we'll talk. Well, what should we do? What do you mean? Let's investigate. We should talk to Mr. Edgeworth and check out the crime scene. You're right, we need more information. Save aimlessness and confusion for later. I'm very curious about this episode. Well, got any good ideas? Not really. I do my best thinking when I'm standing underneath a waterfall. I think what I'm most curious about is just knowing more about Edgeworth. Like, I want to know more about his story. And nothing to examine. Alright. Let's go to the detention center. December 25th, detention center, visitors room. You know, Nick, we've all been in here one time or another, haven't we? Guess it's come with the territory. I'm not sure it's something we should mention to many people. There he is. Hey, Edgeworth, come back. What are you doing here? Nick, I don't think he's in a very good mood. Well, he is in detention. Were you in a good mood when you were here? So you've come to laugh at the falling attorney? Then laugh. Laugh. Well, why aren't you laughing? Nick, should we be laughing? Nah, it's a trick. Laugh and you'll get mad or burst into tears. Edgeworth, we don't have so much free time we can spend at coming down here to laugh at you. Yes, you do. Actually, you tried. I hoped you wouldn't come. I didn't want you to see me. Not like this. I didn't want to see you like this either, believe me. Alright. What's going on, Edgeworth? Edgeworth, tell me what happened. Why should I? What are you going to do about it? Duh. We're going to help you, that's what. Help me? You? Don't be ridiculous. Sorry? You're a novice. You've only been in 3 trials. Hey, sure you got lucky and won all 3. But your luck's bound to run out someday. You need real skill, right? Experience. Nick, he's insulting you. Nick? Why am I always the one who gets angry? Alright, the murder took place at Gourd Lake, correct? Yes. Late last night. The lake is a long way away from your offices in the courthouse. Why were you down there? See, no need to tell you. Mr. Edgeworth, you didn't really... Gordy. Huh? I went to see Gordy. Gordy, what's that? I'll tell you later. Why won't Edgeworth talk to us? I think do a lot of convincing, I guess. Or at least, like, investigating. Alright. Let's go to Gourd Lake. December 25th. Excuse me. Gourd Lake Park entrance. This is where it happened? Yeah, Gourd Lake is in the middle of this park. I can see some police walking around in there. Questioning people, probably. Hey, isn't that Detective Gumshoe over there? It's Dick Gumshoe. Hell, pal, there's enough of us here. Anyone found anything? Sorry, sir. Nothing. Idiot, the trial's tomorrow. We need clues on double. Sir, there weren't any clues. That's why we arrested the attorney, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear, sir. He's the one who... Shut up. Just you try saying that again. I'll make you sorry if you do. So just get out of my face, pal. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe's kind of scary today. Recruits. Ah. Eek. Hey, you're that hairy guy. Hairy butts. Come on. So for context, first episode there was a character that we helped. His name was Larry Butts. But for some reason, everyone remembers this guy as Harry Butts, not Larry Butts. This is coming from Detective Dick Gumshoe. So, yeah. Right, Phoenix Wright. Will he ever learn my name? And just what are you doing here, pal? Investigating? Well, yes, I suppose. Well, I'm here to help. Ask me anything you want. Bring it. Seems different than usual. Wonder what's up. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't actually accessed to defend him yet. Huh? Oh, you don't say. I wonder if he's actually trying to protect Edgeworth. Like going like really hard and doing it? Kind of feels like that. He has like reasons behind it. Or maybe he just knows he's innocent. Alright, Detective Gumshoe. Do you know what happened here? Huh? You don't know, pal? No. Wow, okay. Mr. Head in the Fluffy Pink Clouds lawyer. Head in the what? Never mind, I'll tell you. It happened last night, about 15 minutes after midnight. Okay. Here we go. There was a boat out on Gourd Lake. In that boat were two men. One of those men shot the other with a pistol. And the shooter was Mr. Edgeworth. Copy arrived on the scene and arrested him. How did they get there so fast? I wonder who the other man was. Well, there was a witness. When the report came in, we raced to the lake. Witness? Alright. Edgeworth. You don't think Mr. Edgeworth is a murderer, do you? Absolutely not. It's impossible. I don't care if there's a witness either. I don't believe a lick of it. Right. Who cares what the witness says? I care! You really believe in him, don't you, detective? Of course I do. But the police are pretty sure he's the killer. Nobody's even really taking this investigation that seriously. Oh no. After all the hell Mr. Edgeworth has been to us. Hard to imagine that no one's standing up to take his side. Well, at least you are, detective. At least you are. Alright, defense request. Do you know who will be Mr. Edgeworth's defense attorney in tomorrow's trial? He hasn't got one yet. What? The trial is tomorrow, isn't it? Well, I don't know the whole story, but apparently no one he's been talking to will take his case. Why not? Mr. Edgeworth won't tell me. When the guy showed up, I figured he asked you to defend him. Unfortunately, I'm not. Well, pal, then you got the job to do. How about Mr. Edgeworth? Prove that badge you wear isn't just some fancy piece of metal. Prove it to me, pal. Show me you're an attorney. Damn. Who was this witness? Sorry, pal. That's confidential. Anyway, the witness saw everything, apparently. I'm sure they'll turn up at the trial tomorrow. So only that one witness? Yep. It was pretty cold out on the lake last night. And it was Christmas Eve after all. So we're being thorough. You never know when you're going to turn up another witness. That's why we're here today, checking things out. So far, we're coming up empty. Oh, it's Christmas today. I forgot. What are you getting me for Christmas, Nick? Talk to Santa. Alright. Can I move anywhere? No. Alright, fill winter's shelf in the bare leaf trees today. What is it about winter that turns people into poets? I don't know, but my toes are starting to feel numb. Yes, my poetry has that effect on some people. Alright, let's see. Don't really say anything here. It's a sign. The sign says Gourd Lake Nature Park. This place is full of families picnicking on the weekend. But no waterfall. Not many picnickers come here for spiritual training, Maya. That is fair. I don't think there's really anything else here. Not at the moment, at least. Alright, let's go back to the offices for now, maybe. Nope. We're going back to the detention center. Alright, Edgeworth. Or not. They do have to be here. There's nowhere else to go. Can I present my badge? That badge! You're showing that to the wrong guy, pal. You gotta show that to someone who needs it. Alright, I gotta show that Edgeworth. It's the first time I actually get to use the badge. Your attorney's badge? Edgeworth. Let me defend you. Ha! Ha ha. Good one, right? Well, I'm not that hard up. Not yet. What do you mean by that? Me? Trust a wet behind the ears lawyer with only 3 trials under his belt? Never. What? My case is near hopeless, right? Every defense attorney I've talked to has turned me down. What? Simply put, they were afraid they'd lose. It occurred to me that it might be my fault that they lack confidence. After all, I did get every single one of their clients declared guilty. But not Wright. I don't believe it. Regardless, I don't want you involved in this. You in particular, I cannot ask to do this. What the heck is their history? I'm so curious. Did you do it? Edgeworth, this is really hard for me to ask. But you didn't do it, right? Right? Think what you will. I have only one request. Stay out of this case. Why? But Nick is trying to help you. I know that. But I don't want your help, okay? He's afraid that... Yeah, he's had this thing where he's always feel like he's been afraid to ask for help. Like, constantly afraid for, like, help or, like, anything from Phoenix. He's like, I don't want to go good. It's like, let me be a dick. Don't be nice to me. I feel bad for the guy. Look, just go away and leave me alone. I'm relatable. Nick. Mr. Edgeworth did it, didn't he? Maya, let's go investigate elsewhere. Nick. And go back to the lake. Defense request. Is it true? No one will take Mr. Edgeworth's case? Yeah. He's a bit of a celebrity. If you defended him and lost, your reputation would be sure to suffer. What's more, the case against him is, well, it's pretty solid. I suppose it would be if they have a witness. Hey, pal. Don't tell me you're going to turn your back on him too. Remember the Steel Samurai case? Mr. Edgeworth helped you get your client declared innocent. I know. I went to Edgeworth. I tried. He really doesn't want us to represent him. Especially not us, he said. What? Well, that doesn't make any sense, pal. You should have heard him talking about you after that trial. He kept saying, right, over and over. Nick? I'm not sure that's a good sign. Neither am I. Why wouldn't he want your help? I don't get it. Detective Gumshoe, sir. Sir. Gumshoe. Find something? No, sir. Not yet. But there was a call from the precinct. They want to hold an investigation briefing. A briefing? Right, I'm off. Oh. Sorry, pal. I guess you heard. I gotta go. Any last things you want to action before I head back? It's an autopsy report. Well, yes. Do you have any information on the victim? Sorry. Haven't worked up the autopsy report yet. I'm still waiting for it myself. Actually, say, if you get the time, drop by the precinct. We can talk more there, pal. You're not coming back, detective? Probably not, pal. So what should we do if we have something to talk to you about? Alright. Or I'll show you how to get to the precinct. Come down and see me anytime. Alright, cool. Directions to the police station were received from Detective Gumshoe. Oh, hey, Detective Gumshoe. What? We'd like to take a look around in the park. Can we walk around? Yeah, no problem, pal. Got my permission. Thank you. You know, Nick, I think there's something to be said for talking to people when they're busy. Yeah, they don't have time to think about not giving you information. Right, now let's get investigating. Cool. Alright. So let's go to the beach. December 25th, Gourd Lake Public Beach. Wowzers, this is Gourd Lake. Yep. I'm not sure it warrants a wowzers, though. Probably not. But hey, look at that snack stand. Actually, just look, it says samurai dogs. I want a samurai dog, please. I bet they're great. With a name like Samurai Dog, how could they not be? They're a little behind on the times, though. The kids are all into Pink Princess now. I mean, like, you know. Nope. A hot dog stand is closed. The Christmas fringe looks a little half-baked. The banner reads Samurai Dogs. Somebody needs to redecorate. Alright. Huh? Someone left some poppers here. You know, you pull the string, and it goes pop. Yeah, I know the ones. You see them around New Year's. Hey, Nick. They might be a clue? Let's take them. Come on, admit it. You just want to pop them, right? Was it that obvious? Poppers. Sure. I suppose it couldn't hurt. Huh? Where'd they go? Into my pocket. A classic party noisemaker. Pull the string, it goes bang. Not very clue worthy. It's gonna be like the one thing that solves the whole case somehow. A line-up of plastic benches. Guess the idea is you buy a dog and eat here. Doubt anyone would sit here and eat it on a day like this. Except maybe Maya, if she had a samurai dog. The trash can's empty. At least the place is well maintained. Okay. Wow, Gourd Lake is really big. Yeah. Say, Nick, why is it called Gourd Lake? Oh. Well, a long time ago, they used to grow gourds here. Whoa, no way. I was sure it was because the lake looked like a gourd when viewed from above. You know, like an hourglass shape. Well, it is shaped like a gourd, actually, but that's just coincidence. Oh, okay. Neat. Alright, nothing in the tree. Signs. Huh? I almost didn't see that signpost. Left, boat docks, right exit. So I guess we can go to the boat docks, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. December 25th, boat rental shop. One moment. Alright, sorry about that. Dude. Steak, how you doing? What's up? Excuse me. Nick, what is this place? A boat rental shop. Closed for Christmas, it seems. I guess a murder taking place on one of the boats won't be good for business either. Boats. I've never ridden on a boat. Really? Well, how about we go out on one when the trial is finished? Hey, good idea. You bet. Aw. Now that I've been in Sakuna, I can earnestly say, despite some issues with the platforming, that yes, I would recommend it. Okay. Good to know. I'm still waiting on a sale. I think I might get it on Steam once it goes on sale. I did get Blasphemous, and I think I mentioned that last time. But it hasn't been on sale yet, but I'm waiting for it. It should be soon. I mean, there's going to be like the New Year's sales probably coming up, like Christmas sales or New Year's sales, like one of those. I'll probably be coming up soon. I'm trying to remember, did I get anything else? Because I think you recommended me one other one, and I think I haven't gotten it yet. That one I think I was waiting on a sale too, but I think it was the Messenger or something like that. Where's my recent ads? There we go. Yeah, the Messenger. Waiting on a sale for that, but once that goes on sale, I'll probably grab that too. There's a couple I added on there. I'm like, wait for sales. I'm thinking within like the next like week or two, there's probably gonna be a bunch of sales, especially after Christmas. Like, there's gonna be a lot, more likely than not. Stream database says lowest has been is 1050. Will probably be on Steam sale for Steam Winter. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. $10 is that's a good sale. There's a couple I know I want to get. I just ended up getting the PS5 version for Ghost of Tsushima, like the director's cut. Because I want to play that at some point. I have the PS4 version, but I saw the PS5 upgrade, it was like $30. And then like the actual physical copy of the game was just $30 anyway, so I think I'm just going to get... So I ended up just getting the PS5 version. I think I'm going to have it by Saturday. But I got that, and I'm just going to sell my PS4 copy. So I'm like, at least I get some money back. It's one of the things I did. I almost bought Little Gator Game, but I'll say the doll hairs for Sports Story. Fair. Little Gator Game? What is that? I feel like I might have heard of it. I feel like I've heard of it. Possibly. Maggie, wow. How are you doing? Come on in. How's your week off of no classes? How's everyone doing? I'm good. I worked. I got pretty much one of my finals are done. And I have a paper that I need to get done finished. And I have a quiz that I got done finished. So I still have 2 finals I need to do. I'm going to start working on them tomorrow. Because I have to do them when I'm home. Can't really do those at work. I might be able to do some research at work. But I can't actually do it at work. Because it requires home stuff. But I almost have them done. I'm getting there. I'm hoping to be done maybe by late Saturday. Well, no. Well, maybe hopefully by Saturday, if not Sunday, before it's submitted. But I want most of it done by Saturday. But I have time. I'm getting there, though. It just dropped today. It's Breath of the Wild with a gator. Excuse me? What platform is this on? Is this on just Switch? Oh, wait, no, I see it. It's on Steam, too. Oh, I have seen this game. I've seen, like, images on Twitter earlier today. What is this? Embark on an adorable adventure, discover new friends, and uncover everything the island has to offer. Climb, swim, glide, and slide your way into the hearts of many different characters to meet on your travels. Oh, wow, this really is Breath of the Wild with a gator. Kind of reminds me of, I mean, it's like Wind Waker visuals, but Breath of the Wild. I am tired. I've already fucked up my non-existent sleep schedule. Proud of you? Well, listen. You're off. It's a nice little break you got. Screw sleep schedule. Yeah, right. You don't sleep. Dude, just like Attacking. The island is your playground. Joyful explorations. Wholesome Direct 2022 award. Reviews. Frog. Looks like it's like a short game, but it's fun. That's essentially what I'm getting out of this. It looks good. Huh. I have to look into it. Can I hide auto mod? Wait, what do you mean hide auto mod? Why you gotta call me out like that? Please. Yeah, that's interesting. Never heard of it. You see images of it. Cause I know that game. I know that game High on Life just came out too. I think that's on Game Pass. But I know it's from the makers of Rick and Morty. Where it's like a first-person shooter game, but like your weapons are just like these like aliens that talk to you or something like that. Very weird. Does girl show up every message for me? Yeah, High on Life is on Xbox Game Pass. Okay. I feel like a lot of games came out this week. Like High on Life came out. Crisis Core came out. Choo Choo Charles came out. There's a couple games that came out. But yeah, anyway. Check your games chat. Okay. That's weird. I've never seen that message. Let me see if maybe I can just disable it. Yeah, it's weird. Maybe... Alright, I'll turn it off for now. I think it should be off now. Meow. Just if it's still popping up. Tell me, try? I don't know. Can you like disable? Like, can you like restart Twitch maybe? Like refresh maybe? I have no clue. I just disabled it, so I have no idea. Yeah, Automat's off right now. Unless I gotta do it. Well, actually, let me see. I'm hearing like birds chirping in my ear right now. Moderation. Yeah, it's off. I have no idea. It should be off. Still waiting on that release date reveal. Sports Story devs. Sports Story. God, there's too many games I want to play. I want to check out Golf Story. I want to check out Tales of Iron. I want to play Ghost of Tsushima. I want to play Kenna. I want to play Breath of the Wild Master Mode. There's too many games I want to play. Alright. Check out Dark Souls, otherwise known as My True Spirit. she gone?
Check out Dark Souls, otherwise known as My True Spirit.
Thank you for the resub, dude. I appreciate it. Jory, you know, all those, like, stream things? Your emotes. No ads. All that stuff. But thank you, I appreciate it. Doll. But no, it's really weird that it's just all the models like that. I might re-enable that later. I'll probably keep it off just for a little bit. Play Dark Souls and redeem no cursing. I've already experienced that. I've already streamed Dark Souls. Like, I've played Dark Souls on stream. The first one. I played Dark Souls earlier this year. And then I played Elden Ring for, like, the entire summer. And then I played Sekiro. So I played, like, 3 Soul games this year. I've had my fair share. I can't imagine having that as a channel redeem. You kind of get around it. You might see, like, Fudge. Or barnacles. I don't know. See some dumb shit. Doesn't look like anyone's around. They're probably close because it's Christmas. Okay. Wait, what was that? Oh, is that when that thing fell on my head? God, it was a while. Yeah. Okay. Wait. That's what I kind of feel when looking back at that. Engineer 3000. The ending. That was a good clip. Good times. That was yeah. It's just things happen. I think all my top clips this year probably came from my Dark Souls. I guess that one popular one. The one I remember the most was probably from my first stream. I think it's in my clips. But it's like when I like it was like the very first area I went into. I had to kill like a bunch of the skeletons, and then I just accidentally fall off the map. That was probably like my first experience of being like, oh yeah, this is Souls. Like I'm finally experiencing the feeling of a Souls game. That was an experience. They are an experience, yeah. I still want to play like next year. I at least want to play. I want to play Dark Souls 2. And I also want to play Demon Souls. And I know Ace really wants me to play Dark Souls 3. But I think it's because he hasn't played Dark Souls 2 yet. Or Dark Souls 1. Well, he might have played Dark Souls 1. I don't know. I know he hasn't played 2. But I kind of just want to play him in order. Yeah, the Demon Souls remake? Yeah, I've had that in my backlog for like over a year. I've had like, I don't know how many PS5 games. I'm just like looking at it and being like, I need to play my backlog. Excuse me. But yeah, I've had like Ghost of Tsushima. That's like definitely coming up very soon. Like probably first stream in like January or something like that. Or maybe like end of the year. But I want to play Tsushima. I want to play Demon Souls. I thought about playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I might just play that off stream. I'm not sure how I feel about playing JRPGs on stream. Outside maybe like Chrono Trigger. I know I did that. But those are like a different experience for me. I might try that Bloodborne remake. I heard that was really good. It looks good. To me, it looks good as someone who grew up with that type of game. Like visuals. But I was impressed by that. That looks good. Now I got hiccups. The Bloodborne remake actually looks pretty good. I know they're making like a racing game out of it, I think, too. So it's like Bloodborne racing. Like the most random thing possible. It's just Bloodborne kart. But yeah. I don't know. Returnal is like another one too that I kind of been wanting to play. There's just a lot on PlayStation I just haven't played this year. I like the PS1 and 64 aesthetic. I've been playing some games with that style lately, and they're mindless fun. That's why I like that. Well, you played that one I think you recommended to me last week, or you shared last week. What was it? The games chat. Was that a week ago? 2 weeks ago? Yeah, Super Kiwi 64. Yeah. A little over a week ago. And Lunistis. I do see that now. I think I liked that one too. It was like a platformer. Yeah. Like, I look at the visuals and I just feel very nostalgic. I think that's my thing with those games. It's so dope. I just feel very nostalgic looking at those games. But they look fun. Wait, who I got? Cypher, our mod. He ended up getting it that day and played it. He was telling me he was liking it. Super Kiwi 64. But yeah, no, that game gives me huge 64 vibes. But it looks good. Like 64 game wise at least. Like it looks good. Alright. Let's get back to the game. I think we're at bow rental. I read reviews on some of the games and people are like, oh my god, it's only 2 hours and it looks like ass. Dog, they're 5 or less. Support these devs. Yeah. That's the one game I want to play Latin next week. Because there's the game called, I mentioned it earlier in stream. I think I shared it in Discord, but there's a game called Crimson Snow. It's like $5 right now on Steam. I know it's about 2 hours or so, but it's just a holiday horror game. It's just a Christmas horror game. And you're kind of just walking around trying to solve, I guess you're just solving whatever it is. I don't know what the description of this game is. I know it's first person. Let me find it really quick. Oh, I guess I went back up to $7. But it was on sale the other day. Still in early access, but it's a horror exploration first-person game. But the theme is Christmas. But there's like jump scares and all that jazz with it. I'll probably do horrible with. But apparently the entire game's already done with. It's just in early access. I wanted to check it out. It's just a nice Christmas horror game. It seems interesting. See that name one more time? I'll type it for you. Yeah, Itch.io. Itch.io is fantastic. I feel like I gotten so many games from Itch.io, I just haven't played any. I really need to. They're probably closer because it's Christmas. True. Yeah, also, accidentally, this episode that I'm playing right now, Phoenix Wright, takes place on Christmas. So the timing of this episode could not have been any better. And now I realize we're going to deal with a Christmas event. A Christmas murder. I love it. There's more fours off that way. I doubt I find any helpful clues in there. Looks like a very Florida Christmas. I don't know where this takes place. I mean, it's gotta be some, like, fictional, like, Tokyo, Japan kind of theme, I'm assuming. Feels very Tokyo-ish. I could also be completely wrong and just butchering everything, but I think that's what I feel so far. Also, it's Capcom, and, you know. Anywho. Y'all, we're taking the boats out to solve a murder, and oh yeah, give us under the tree, don't forget. Yeah, so the theme of this episode right now, to mention briefly, Christmas Eve, 2 figures were seen on a boat. One figure shot the other figure, and that figure fell into the lake, dead. The person that shot that individual was the prosecutor Edgeworth, who we saw in the previous episodes. He's like the gray hair guy. He's always like fighting against us. He was the prosecutor. But he apparently did the murder, and he got arrested. There's one witness, but this was at like midnight Christmas Day, but like right around Christmas Eve that night. And that's what we're pretty much at. He doesn't want us to help him, but we're trying to help him. So now we're just trying to figure out what the heck is going on. So we have no idea, other than there's a dead body, and apparently it was Edgeworth. I'm starting to think Edgeworth may have done self-defense. That's my feeling. Self-defense. But as to why, I don't know. What happened with that lady in the court that admitted she was guilty and was like, LOL, you have to prove it? We proved it. So what ended up happening that episode was that it was kind of funny because she did do the murder. She was guilty of the murder, but it was self-defense. So what we ended up figuring out was that the victim was actually trying to kill her. And she ended up pushing him off the rail. That's why he fell into the spike, and that's how he died. So technically he, the victim, tried to kill the person that was guilty. So she was guilty. She did do it, but she defended herself because she was going to get killed. So in the end, I don't know exactly what happened. I'm assuming she may have gotten arrested. But the person that we were helping was proven innocent, and that's really it. But it was essentially just like her defending herself. She did do the kill. She murdered him. She admitted to it. And then she admitted to the actual act, which was that she did it, but she wasn't trying to kill him, was the thing. It was like an accident. That's all. And the victim tried to kill her. That's it. That was really it. It took forever to get there, but we finally got there. There were some boats floating on the docks. Was one of these boats used in the murder, I wonder? Nick? Huh? I changed my mind. I don't really want to go for a boat ride. Nothing to examine. Alright, I'm just gonna... I guess that's it. Back to the lake. Go to the woods? Okay. December 25th, Gourd Lake Woods. Oh, hi there. I like it here, Nick. Look, someone's camping. They've got guts camping at the scene of a murder. I wonder if they were the witness. Hey, Nick. If they were camping here last night, they might know something about the murder. That's true. Yeah, good call, Maya. Let's go talk to them. Alright, let's see. What we got? There's food and some magazines on the sheet. It takes a pretty tough skin to camp in this cold. Alright. The sign says no camping. Funny place to pitch your tent. Words. Wait, what if the sign said no setting tents on fire? I don't think they have signs like that. Oh. That's what you think. Trees. All the trees are just cut down. The tree grew quite thicker. Further back, the tree faded into shadow where the sunlight can't reach them. Excuse me. Hey, Nick. Well, don't tell me you're hungry again. No, no. I was just wondering why are camping pots and pans made of aluminum? They didn't talk about that in any of the law books. So there's no law saying that they have to be made out of aluminum. I'm not having this conversation. This SUV has seen better days. It's dented all over. I can't believe anyone would drive their car down there. Alright, I don't see anything here. I forgot I could slide, so maybe I did forget something at the boat. This camera has a mic and some sort of attachment. It must take pictures when triggered by a noise. Wow, cool. Let's try it out. Cough. Hi, I'm Nick. Maybe I'm not saying it loud enough. Hey, I'm Nick. Huh. Nick, will you stop that? Maybe it's broken? Don't kick it. Maybe it isn't set to respond to voices. Well, what then? These things? The party poppers? That actually might have photo evidence of the murderer. That was sitting here last night. Yeah. Hey, you. Get your hands off of that. Eek. What in the Sam Hill? Look at what you done. There goes my whole roll of film. What? Sorry. Sorry's nice, but it don't pay my bills. Y'all know how much a roll of that film costs? What in Horror Nation? Yeah. I'll pay you back. What are y'all thinking sending off a party popper in a place like this? Well, what? Don't try to play stupid with me just because you think I'm some country bumpkin. It is actually expensive. Film's very expensive. Especially if you're doing like a Polaroid film or something like that. Yeah, those things are pricey. It's also a 35mm camera, so chill, girl. Fair. Yeah, Polaroid's expensive as hell. We'll probably get another phase in like a decade where people go crazy about Polaroids. We had that phase of what, a couple of years ago? Before COVID, maybe? We're almost there. We're almost back to the Polaroid phase. The only thing I asked for Christmas is Polaroid film. Fair. You might if I just expose some of this film to open sunlight. Ah, cool. I shoot like 300 Polaroids in like 6 months. Fair. That's a lot of money. But also fair. But yeah, no, that shit's expensive. I do know that. Yeah, I know how y'all Yanks think. Yeah, I'm broke. I feel you. Excuse me. But it's a write-off, so I'm good. Okay, there you go. I say those southern folks talk with that exaggerated drawl why they must be dumb. Well, let me tell you, just because I might be dumb don't mean we all are. Nick, help. Who are you now? Your chaperone? Yeah, no, rather, what you doing, OBS? Hello? We back? Just wanted to make sure. We're good? Okay. No, my OBS just randomly disconnected. That was random. My internet didn't even go off. No, that was me. My bad. I also thought it was me. Yeah, that was weird. It just came up saying reconnecting, so I was thinking like, okay, my internet might have went out. My internet's fine. I ceased all movement until you spoke again. Fair. Thank you. I appreciate that. You can freely move, so don't worry about, freezing. Get wiggly. Stretch. Talk. Move your lips. Whatever you gotta do. Fingers. Toes. Knees and toes. Knees and toes. You're good. But, what was I saying? DSLR? Yeah. I still have a DSLR camera. I got my Nikon. I got it like 4 years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years. I used it a lot that 1 year, but I haven't touched it in so long. I wouldn't mind going out using it again, but I'm not sure how the quality would look nowadays. But I like it. God, I'd rather sit through one of Papa's drawls than listen to you stutter all day. Oh boy. Guess we should pay her for the film. Watch it. Yes, ma'am. On second thought, I'll pay later. I'm really sorry. Oh. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. What happened? What? See, I'm changing the film on my camera here. Someone, I'm not naming any names, but someone used up a whole row. Sorry, that didn't work. I wonder if I have anything to show her that would get her attention. What's her name? What? Yeah. I have a badge. I heard this is my badge. Huh? Aren't badges supposed to be all shiny and impressive? You a copperson? I'm a lawyer. What? Y'all ain't gonna try and pull one of them lawsuits on me over that film now? Cause I'll have y'all know I'm a fighter and I wrestle meaner looking things than you. No, that's not at all. We're here investigating a murder that took place here on the lake. A murder? Sounds cool. Why didn't y'all say that in the first place? Go ahead and ask me anything you like. Finally, some cooperation. You too. Y'all can come out of hiding now. I won't bite hard. Come to think of it, where did Maya get to? Sorry. I was feeling a little overwhelmed. The culture gap and all. Never you mind, honey. I can talk Yank for you if it pleases you. Thanks. I think I'll be okay. Great then. I'm Lotta. Lotta Hart. Come on, these names are not real. It's cute. Good name, but come on. We've got Larry Butts, aka Harry Butts. Got Dick Gumshoe. We've gotten, I don't know, like, what else have we gotten? Got a couple others. Can't think of the top of my head. But we got a Lotta Hart. But y'all can call me Lotta. Dick Gumshoe Incredible. He's a detective. The detective's literally called Dick Gumshoe. I love it. And see, the first I think it was the first or second episode, he was going around. He's like, and don't call me Dick. And then someone in the corner was like, hey, Dick, get over here. It was just the timing of it. It was just very good. My childlike mind very much enjoys those. Very childlike jokes, puns. Anywho, I just admitted to having a childlike mind. We'll go with it. I'm here photographing meteor showers for a research project. Oh, cool. I'm mighty pleased to meet you. Neat. No, there was like Dick Gumshoe. There was... Oh, man. Who's that one girl with the pink hair? Let's see. It was like Phoenix Wright. Episode 2 trial. Like in the first Ace Attorney, there was April May. Literally a character called Bellboy. And then there was another one called... Where's that guy's name? Where's that like blue corp? Oh, Red White. Character's name's Red White, and he works at Blue Corp. So, and he's just literally just full on pink with a bunch of jewels. Super dick. Man, they nail the character names, and I appreciate it. Developers, how do we want to make sure people don't take this seriously? Remember the names though. Like, it's very memorable. Other than the stuff I just forgot. That's memorable. Alright, what happened? Oh yeah, when was that murder anyway? I ain't seen much television lately. It happened late in the night on Christmas Eve. That's so. Christmas Eve? A man on a boat was shot. Did you see anything? Well, let me see. A boat, you say? I reckon I might have seen one. Not sure though. Y'all gotta remember, I've been watching this here lake for a good 3 days now. She has photos. I've seen enough boats to choke a mule. Kinda hard to remember which I've seen here. Alright. So what is it to you, Lada? Huh? Me? Aha, y'all don't really want to know that, do you? Actually, I'm a research student at Country U. Right in the heart of the Heartland. Wow, neat. Nick, she's a research student at University, Country U. So I heard. So when did you come up here? Let me see. I guess it was about 3 days ago. Were you photographing? Didn't I tell y'all already? Meteors. Yep, meteor showers. But why does she need the mic if she's just taking pictures of meteor showers? There's something here. I don't know what it is, but she's hiding something. That's quite a camera you have there. Y'all better know it. It's German made. A genuine Solingen. Soligen? Soligen? Is that where they make knives? So what's that device you have stuck to the camera? Huh? Device? Your camera went off all by itself when I fired my party popper. Oh, that might trigger the shutter whenever it detects certain sounds. It's programmed to pick up loud noises right now. Programmable camera. So I saw Dune was causing a ruckus in here. I have no idea what you're talking about, Ace. Dune has been very cooperative. He has not turned off auto mod whatsoever. He has been a very good individual today, which would never say anything bad. But how are you doing? Thank you, Maggie. Programmable camera, neat. Lada's camera, set to automatically take a picture when a loud noise is detected, faces the lake. I want photos. I don't get why Automat could catch all those messages though. I don't either. I'm talking about the ones in the game chat, right? Yeah. I don't know why that happened. He ended up refreshing and then it was fixed. But I disabled it for now. Yeah, the ones in the disco. Disco. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, Automat ended up catching a message, but I allowed it, and it was fine. But then Dune kept getting that like every single message he sent. It was very weird. And how you doing, friend? Welcome on in. No, Automat, time to get wild. TT, how dare you? But also, hello, how you doing? How you doing? The fuck word. I mean, Ace, you're a mod. You can get away from that. Should I just turn it back on briefly and just catch everyone off guard? How you doing? I'm doing good. Poop? Stinky. I'm good. I've had a normal day. I worked. I got home. I had food. Yep, that's pretty much been my day. I did get a lot of school work done, so I'm happy about that. Ace. Let's get seeing entries. But poop. I woke up, had food, and it's pretty much my day. Like, yes. I woke up, I had food, I went to work, I got home, I had food. My day's been just a day. I woke up, I worked, I got home, I had food. That's my day. Is there stuff around the work stuff? Sure, but it's boring. I moved things, I hooked up things, I cleaned up things. It's work. What a day. Thank you. I know it was a lot. It's been okay. It's just been a day. A day that's excited to be closer to Friday. I moved things, I hooked things up, I programmed things, I hooked up things. I hooked up with things. Had lunch. Yeah, totally. Yeah, that's how my day went. I ate a popsicle. I missed. And now we're just trying to solve a murder. That has been the premise of this whole game. It's like every single episode is just a new murder. I've been enjoying it. It's been fun. It's kind of hoping maybe we do like a different type of lawyering, but everything so far has been like murder. Like, what other shenanigans can we lawyer about? But I guess murder is probably the big one. Alright, bye. Murder in a murder mystery game? I know. Can you believe that? Like murder in my economy? Alright, I think I gotta go see Dick. So we're gonna go see Dick. I'm just gonna call him Dick. I mean, that's his name. Gumshoe. Where's he at? Criminal Affairs Department. Never been here. This is a little plush. Oh, plush. Oh my, get him! I feel like I just want to say like Autobots. Getting like very Transformers vibes. Keep reading that. Autobot, roll out. December 25th, Police Department, Criminal Affairs. Looks like Detective Gumshoe isn't here. Something wrong, miss? Turning yourself in? Okay, what did you do? Shoplifting? Larceny? Public indecency? What? No, none of those things. We're looking for Detective Gumshoe. Is he around? Gumshoe? Oh yeah, he's in a meeting right now. I don't think he'll be out anytime soon. Automod. Timeout. I feel like it's like an Alexis kind of thing. Or like a Siri, whatever. Like you just speak to your machine. Automod. Ban. Such and such. And it just bans. Alright, you do that. And go straight home and stay out of trouble. No more shoplifting, you got that. Do I look like a criminal or something? Yes. Didn't want to tell you, Maya. These are detective desks. There are computers and files in each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desk. Fair. I must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Your mama could see you know she'd be crying. A break and spit it out, you low-life scum. You must be doing image training for interrogations. We'll go with that. Hey, is that the police department's mascot? That's the blue badger. It was my idea. I made it. It's my mascot. I see. How nice. I'll get him assigned a mascot of the criminal affairs department if that's the last thing I do. Good luck. So this to be the chief of the detectives here. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Cord Lake. Gordy sighted. I don't believe it. Shouldn't you be reading something more important? Alright, a poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. Alright, was there anything else? I see nothing. I don't know where to go. Go back to my offices? No. I'll go see Edgeworth again if I can. Nope. Guess we still gotta do more at the Gourd Lake. I feel like I have to do something with that camera, but I don't know what yet. Maybe I have to talk to her again? Lada? And maybe just present the camera to her? Maybe she'll do something? Lava? Yeah. Okay, there we go. So your camera triggers a loud explosion noises. Yup. Actually, the victim in the case we're researching, he was shot with a pistol. A pistol? Right. Now, wouldn't a gunshot make a similar noise to our party popper? Guess it would. Your camera didn't get a picture of the murder, did it? Hey! Y'all are pretty bright. I see what you're saying. Tell you what, I'll have a look and see at my film. But there had been a photo taken late last night. I checked them once, don't remember if there was anything on them though. What if I got some? I could be witness to a genuine murder. Yeehaw. I'll go check that film. Y'all come back now. You hear? Well, that happened. She went inside her SUV. Guess we should come back later. Yeehaw. Alright. So now what do I do? Maybe we should just go back to the detective's office now? Or my offices? Nope. See if he's back yet. There we go. Guess Detective Gumshoe is still in that meeting. Hey! Oh, nope. He's out. Thanks for coming down, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Stick himself. We just finished the meeting, for better or for worse. Get the feeling we're in from bad news. Alright. What you got, Dick? Do you know anything about the victim yet? No, still can't ID him yet. Has Mr. Edgeworth said anything? Not a word. How did the meeting go? I can't tell you, pal. You're a lawyer. True. You know, I don't know what to believe in anymore. Sure, Mr. Edgeworth's human like you or me. Still, get the feeling that if he'd done something wrong, he wouldn't go hiding it. That's just the kind of guy he is. Why can't anyone else see that? So I think that Mr. Edgeworth did it. Well, the trial's starting tomorrow as scheduled. I see. Hey, in the end, did you tell us... Hey, in the end, you did tell us about the meeting. Don't go telling anyone else, pal. Yes, sir. And do me a favor. Stand by Mr. Edgeworth. He needs help, and you're the ones to help him. I'm sure he's got some reason why he won't talk to us. Trusting Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. How come you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much? Well, I think that was obvious. We got a strong working relationship, us two. We trust each other, and that's how it works. A working relationship? See, Mr. Edgeworth always gets his defendants declared guilty every time. Yeah, his methods might be a little extreme at times, but there's a reason. He trusts our investigations, see? He trusts us to get the right man. That's why I work extra hard, pal. We've got to earn that trust he places in us. Mr. Edgeworth is a man you can trust. And you have my word on that. Damn. Okay. I was wondering, did you ever get that autopsy report? Oh, that? Yeah, I made a copy for you. Sweet. Alright. Time of death. Sometime on the 24th to the 25th. Cause 1 bullet shot to the heart. Damn. Shot right in the heart, just dead. Thank you. Nick? Huh? Can you show me the photo of the victim? That face. Someone you know? I don't know. I just had this feeling that I met him somewhere a long time ago. That's weird. I'll show him the camera. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank right now. Okay. Alright, let's go back to the lake. See if, what's her face has anything for us. Lot of evidence, am I right? There we go. Hey, y'all. Lotta. Wait up a sec. We got bingo. Bingo? My automatic camera took 2 pictures last night. Hey. This is them. Take a look. Oh. Ooh, it's not showing much, but I mean, it's something. Wait. See? He's shooting him with that pistol. It looks like that, yes. But you really can't tell who that is shooting. Yeah, well, there was enough fog out there last night to strangle a bullfrog. To strangle a bullfrog. But you know, see, these photos reminded me of something. What? I saw the murder happen. I'm a witness. What? Are you serious? Of course. How do you forget? Never mind. Y'all reckon I should tell the cops? Yes? But tell us. I reckon so? What's that? Don't y'all go trying to mock my accent. I'm a sensitive lady. Hey, so I'm off to talk to the cops. I can have this photo. Later. Wait, Lala. What? Can y'all see I'm kind of busy? Tell us what you saw too, please. Nice try anybody that was born yesterday. I'm a witness, and that means I'm on the side of justice, and that means the cops. I'd sooner eat the south side of a northbound skunk than tell you. Lada. Don't let it get to your skeevies in a bunch. Friends today, enemies tomorrow. Or is that the other way around? No matter. I'm gone. Hey, maybe they'll let me do some testifying. Hot darn. She left. Well, that's one more witness. What do we do now, Nick? Well, if she saw something, there's not much we can do about it. The question is, what exactly did she see? Guess we'll find out in the trial tomorrow. Taken automatically on 12:15 at 12:25 at 12:15 a.m. It's a mouthful. All right. Let's go. Oh. Looks like the police have given up their interviewing. Hey. It's Santa! No, seriously, who the hell is this guy? Nick, I think Santa's mad at you. Long time no see, Nick. Nick, you know Santa? Wow, Nick and Saint Nick. Hey, I see the connection. Who is this? Don't be ridiculous. Dude, it's me. Is this Larry? Oh my god. It's Larry. What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm working my day job. I sell samurai dogs. Want one? Gotta get money for dates, you know. My girl Kianci deserves the best. Oh god. He hasn't learned. Kianci? Not another model, I hope. Oh, Kiance's a fine, fine woman, Nick. It was her idea that I wear this costume. She was all, you go, girlfriend. You know. She bought this costume for me. That's great, Larry. Wow, a Santa costume. She must be really nice. Whoa, cute. Nick, who's she? She's not my what? No, she's not. I'm his partner, my FA. I'm the little sister. Sister? Wow, Nick, must be tough. Working 9 to 5, having to take care of a little sister. No, I'm not Nick's sister. I'm my older sister's little sister. Huh? Sounds great. Don't worry, Maya. He's not listening. Alright. Yeah, what happened? Hey, Larry. There was a murder here last night. And since you work here, have you heard anything? Nick, you're wasting your time. Last night was Christmas Eve. It was with Kiance, obviously. You wouldn't have been standing out here in the cold. Oof. I think what you just said caught him off guard, Maya. No, it's just Kiance's not in town right now. She's in Hawaii on a photo shoot. A model. I knew it. But anyway, there was a murder here on the lake. The trial's tomorrow. Huh, neat. The defendant is Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. Nick? Why would Larry know Edgeworth? Whoa, Nick. You don't mean that Miles Edgeworth? Old Edgy? So they all knew each other growing up. Yeah, he's a murder suspect. Whoa, murder? Huh? You know Mr. Edgeworth, Larry? Yeah, of course. Edgy was in the same class as us in grade school. What? Tell me about the dogs. Huh? Oh, you mean the samurai dogs? Why are they samurai dogs? I mean, they kind of look gourd shaped. Oh, well, originally they were gourd dogs. You know, like guard dogs. Ouch. Samurai thing was Kiance's idea. Oh, she's my woman, you know. She was all, change the name. You go, girlfriend. She made me that banner. Man, the kids can't get enough of those samurai dogs. Something about that just seems wrong. Guess what? We're getting a ton of customers here at the lake with what with the big news? The big news? Yeah, Gordy. I guess I'll play Gordy. See, alright, Edgeworth. So Mr. Edgeworth was your classmate, Larry. Yeah, Nick, him and I used to hang out all the time. Wow, I never knew. Don't get me wrong, he's always been kind of a stick in the mud. Studying all the time, trying to be like father? Like his father? Yeah, Edgy's pop was a famous defense lawyer back in the day. Huh. It's probably the guy that was in the photograph. Did he shoot his father, maybe? Wow. Wait. Is it defense lawyer? Yeah. Wait a second. But Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecuting lawyer, attorney. Words. Blah. What? Edgy's got a proposition on his knee? No, he's a prosecuting attorney. That's like the total opposite of a defense lawyer. Huh? Go figure. He's always used to talk about defending the weak who were unable to defend themselves. And he used to go on and on about man's duty to society and all that. What a bore. I wonder what changed his mind, though. Do you know, Nick? Nick? What's Gordy? Huh? We don't know. It's here in this very lake. A giant, mysterious monster Gordy. A monster? Yeah. Check it out. This is an article from yesterday's newspaper. It's like Loch Ness. Here's the photo. I'm so sorry, excuse me. Wait, is that a life form? Is that like an arm with a hand? Because I could see that being like an arm and a hand. It's like, I don't know. So like, I think it's harder to see for all on your screens, but like for mine, it kind of looks like an arm with like a hand just like there. So I wonder if the murder happened, the body fell in the water. Wait, no, but they found the body. That just looks like a hand. Not an actual giant life form. Like in the distance, it just looks big. I think that's a body. Oh, okay. Thanks for zooming up. Is that just a hand? Like where the mouth is here? I feel like there's like an arm and a hand. But this looks interesting. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably just a log or something, right? Hey, there's a quote here from the person who took the photo. What's this? I set the camera to automatic, and when we got into the frame, I heard a loud bang, like an explosion. It's a hand. Followed by the sound of something slipping into the water. That's a body. Okay. I wish I could have seen it. Why would there be a sound like an explosion? Larry, could I borrow this article from you? Sure, no problem. That'll be $1 million. $1 million? Grow up, Larry. Alright, got the article. Alright, time to go. Where was I supposed to be going? Can I go to the boat rental? No. Alright, I'm gonna go to the department first. Okay, there's something here. I was thinking about seeing Edgeworth, but I didn't feel like I had enough yet. Nah, Gumshoe in sight. If you're looking for Detective Gumshoe, he's in the questioning room. Apparently, an important witness turned up. He'll be in there for a while. Ah, heart. Has to be. Uh-oh. Alright, let's go see Edgeworth if I can. Damn it. Alright, my offices? Guess so. What is it? Oh, nothing. Just something's been bothering me. Could you show me the autopsy report once more? Can she like commune with the spirits? Maybe see... Hey, I remember now. This guy. He's a lawyer that at the office Mia worked at. He's Edgeworth's father. So Edgeworth's not his father? Apparently he was a good defense lawyer. So what's his agenda? I met him once when I went to hang out with Sis. That office? Wait. You mean Grossberg's office? Right, that guy. That was the last name I expected to come up. Maybe I should go talk to him. For old time's sake. Alright. He's still working here. Ahem. That old familiar clearing of the throat. Aha, you're Mia's something, are you not? Oh, is her understudy? Yes, Phoenix Wright. Ah, and you're Mia's something too, are you not? Her little sister, yes. You've grown. Come to look a lot like your sister, you know? Takes me back. Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see? Mr. Grossberg, sir? Yes, I beg your pardon. Of course you came here to discuss something. What is it then? Something the matter? Alright, let's talk first, and then we'll show the photo. There was a murder last night. A murder? You haven't heard? I just got up, you see. Well, Miles Edgeworth shot someone with a pistol. Edgeworth? What? Who did he shoot? Well, the identity of the victim is still unknown. This is terrible news indeed. Guess he hadn't heard anything. Alright, painting. Whatever happened to that painting? Oh yes, I do not think I shall ever be coming back home to this office. I can't exactly claim it as stolen. I suppose it's my just desserts, old bitter desserts. So was it White took it? Just never gave it back. Even though he's in jail now, but what can you do? Alright, let's show the autopsy report. Strange. I feel as I've seen this man somewhere before. Ah! Do you remember? He was a lawyer here in my office. That's Hammond. Robert Hammond. Okay, so he's not the father. Mr. Hammond. And you say this is the man Miles Edgeworth shot. Yeah, what about Robert? Who's this Hammond guy anyway? Mr. Hammond. He was the defense attorney in that case. That case? Yes, the DL6 incident. DL6? Why does that sound so familiar? That was the one with Mia's mother. Perhaps you remember? I'm sure someone mentioned it during the trial for Mia's murder. That was an incident where the police were so lost, yeah, they used a spirit medium. Wait, you don't mean... Was that the medium my mother? Yes, my dear. The spirit medium Misty Faye, your mother, contacted the spirit of the victim. But the case was a loss, no conviction was made. DL6 incident, yes. Happened 15 years ago, a very strange case indeed. They never caught the criminal, right? Correct. Misty Faye used her powers to talk to the spirit of the late victim. I wonder if Robert Hammond was the victim and maybe that's why Edgeworth shot him. Or not the victim, he was the killer. But how he was the killer, I don't know. But I wonder if that's the connection. Her testimony led to charges being laid against one man. But Mr. Hammond won the case and the suspect was declared innocent. And the police blamed my mother, calling her a fraud. You were the one who helped her out then, right, Mr. Grossberg? Yes, quite. Thank you. No, please, don't mention it. DL6. Never thought I'd hear that name again. But wait. What does that case have anything to do with Mr. Edgeworth? It has everything to do with Mr. Edgeworth, my dear. The victim in DL6 incident was none other than his father. Oh. Snap. Alright, this is like... Alright, cool. The victim of the DL6 incident was none other than his father, Gregory Edgeworth. What? His father? If you want to know more, you should ask him yourself. Show him this, I'm sure he'll talk to you. Wait, this is a photograph of my mother. So many questions. Alright. Let's do it. Noise indeed. What's this? To the father. Wait. Edgeworth, what about your defense? No concern of yours. Guess he hasn't found anyone yet? Alright. Try again to talk. What happened? Can I ask you about the murder? Right. I'll ask you again, just leave me alone. Please try to understand. I'm not doing this to prove I'm tough or because I look down on you. I just don't want you anywhere near this case, understand? I was trying to protect him. Why did you go to Gourd Lake? I have no intention of telling you. Nor apparently would you tell Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe was really worried about you. Alright, time to show the photo. I think it's about to get ugly. It's time to show it. Edgeworth. It's only been a matter of hours since you last visited. Yet you've made incredible progress in your investigation. I'll admit, I'm impressed, right? You were always single-minded in your work, though. Once you start on something, you always see it through, don't you? About the DL6 incident. Right, DL6. I didn't want you to find out about it. That's why I refused your offer to defend me. I'm sorry if I sounded like I thought you weren't up to the job. Oh, he's being nice. I just wanted to keep you away from DL6. So, do you still think it would have been better for me to stay away? I don't know. But, I see no point in hiding anything from you now. Very well. Ask whatever you like, and I will answer to the best of my abilities. Damn. Nice. Alright. Incident. The DL6 incident was when my father died. Right before my eyes. He was shot and killed, and I saw it all. My memories from that time are foggy. I suppose it's a self-defense mechanism. In any case, a suspect was arrested, a man. It's pretty clear he was the one who could have killed my father. The spirit medium that you used to talk to my late father said the same thing. It was an attorney by the name of Robert Hammond that cleared the suspect's name. And Hammond is the victim in the Gourd Lake murder. Correct. A spirit medium, that was my mom. What? You mean you're... Strange. I thought that terrible incident was about to end, and now this. About to end? The DL6 incident happened 15 years ago. 15 years ago on December 28th. The statute of limitations on the case runs in 3 days. Oh, Nick, what does that mean? On the case's Wait, okay. I didn't say that right. It's a statute. Statute? A limitation runs out. Legally, the case never happened. 3 days from now, DL6 will be closed forever. Alright, the suspect. What happened to the suspect? The one who got off innocent? I don't know. He disappeared from public view. Nobody knows where to. If he's still alive, he'd be about 50 years old now. Guess I can understand why he'd go into hiding. Oh my god. Yes, sorry. Excuse me. It'd be hard to live on a normal life after being a murder suspect in such a big case. Alright, your father. Was your father a lawyer? He was. Gregory Edgeworth. He was quite famous at the time, apparently. So you were sort of trying to follow in his footsteps. Sort of. I'd rather not talk about it. Alright. Show the photo. You would have thought there'd be a photo. Edgeworth? Did you shoot him? What do you think, Wright? I don't think you're the kind of point a gun at anyone, no. So you didn't shoot him? No, I didn't. It wasn't me. Right. It pains me to ask you this now. I know you want us to defend you. Yes, will you? Of course we won't. After all this, just like, nah, you're on your own. Yeah, we will. Ah, who could have guessed this day would come? Not me. This is my chance to finally pay you back. Pay him back? Pay me back? For what? I don't remember ever doing anything for you. Never mind. I guess you don't really need to know. Dang! So many hidden things. That's for the sub story, bro, but we out. Oh, thanks for the sub story, bro, but we out. Yeah. I cannot type tonight. You're good, man. I can't speak tonight. Never mind, I guess you don't really need to know. Huh. My letter of request. Please give it to Detective Gumshoe. Okay. Well, I guess we should... Ooh, what's that? Earthquake. It's a big one. How scary. Huh? Where's Edgeworth? There. He's on the floor in the ball, shivering. Guess he doesn't do well with earthquakes. I've heard of running, but curling up in the ball? Well, I guess we're done. Mr. Edgeworth doesn't seem like he's going to stand up anytime soon. Let's go, Nick. Right. We have to give Edgeworth the letter of request to Detective Gumshoe. Alright. I've been favoriting a ton of random games on Mitch. What kind of games? Please do tell. I found a Rocket League teammate. Finally, I can curb my Rocket League addiction while maintaining the rage. Proud of you. A teammate. I can't stop yelling. I just had tea that had some caffeine. I can't stop yawning. Alright. What's going on here? Eek. What's wrong, detective? Ow. This wild lady just comes in here just a while ago. Says she came to talk to y'all after hearing what Mr. Wright had to say. What's this all about, pal? A lot of art. They're all like demos, is the best way to put it. I love these random little things people make. Oh, that's awesome. What do they have? They have like those game what are they called? Game dev, it's like some type of like little competition or tournament or something like that. Game jams. That was it. Thank you. I remember hearing Cypher and Melatonin talk about it a couple of years ago. I was thinking about game jams. I was like, remember those game jams where people actually like show off their games and play topics in Discord? Hell yeah. Yeah, thank you. I'll take a look. Just taking a cough drop. I apologize. For the life of me, I cannot get over this cough. It like it won't go away, no matter what I do. Most of you playing the browser? Hell yeah. Check it out at work. If I can. If work allows it. Just like sneak it into one of my browser tabs. Why are you going around finding more witnesses? You want to give Mr. Edgeworth a death sentence, pal? No, not at all. Just, I mean, she did see something. There's nothing I can do about that. Can't go around covering up evidence. You trying to say something about the way I do my job? No, sir. Yeah, here's a request. Like what I got. Hey, you did it, pal. Glad I waited till the last minute to file those papers. I'll rip them up and start new ones for you. Thanks, detective. Well, see you in court tomorrow then. Good luck, pal. Hey, you guys feel that earthquake a little while back? I was worried. Worried? We're fine. I've lived out here my whole life. I'm pretty used to them by now. I wasn't worried about you two. I was worried about Mr. Edgeworth. Huh. It did seem to overreact a little now that you mention it. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. It was a pretty big quake. I'm gonna go check on him. You two go eat and get your rest for tomorrow's trial. So Edgeworth has something against, like, quakes. Maybe, like, trauma? I wonder if it is with Mr. Edgeworth and earthquakes. I wonder. He was never that scared of them when he was in school. Then again, I only really got to know him in 4th grade. He transferred to another school after that. I wonder what happened to Edgeworth. Either way, day 1 of the first episode, or day 1 of episode 4 done. I think we're doing the trial next. That's neat. December 26, 9:44 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. It's trial day. Karma? That's right. Manfred von Karma. He's the best prosecutor there is. He hasn't lost a case in his 40-year career. He is a god of prosecution, right? A god. Not a single case. He'd do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything. It's like someone else I know, Edgeworth. You don't understand. I mean, he'll really do anything. Manfred von Karma is a man to be feared. It's quite a claim coming from someone who forges evidence. He told me what it really means to prosecute. Oh, he's his mentor. Just picture a prosecutor as vicious as me, multiplied by a factor of 10. So who's your teacher then? Something like that. And now he's trying to get you found guilty? What a creep. Oh wait. Maybe he's planning on losing on purpose to help you out. Not a chance. He hasn't lost once in 40 years. 40 years. He's as ruthless as me times 20. That's a pretty ruthless. Like I said, he's a god among prosecutors. Guess that's something like Mia was to me. Speaking of Mia. Maya? Uh-huh. We could really be using Mia's help right now, don't you think? Oh. I can't. Sorry, I tried. I really tried, but I couldn't reach. Couldn't reach? I think it's because I haven't been training. My powers are weak again. Oh man, what a bad timing. Training, timing. I'm really sorry. I'll try my best. I hope so. What are you whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. Well, it's time. Let's head in. I wonder if they can somehow like speak to her mother too. Like get her to come out? Maybe speak to Edgeworth? What is that look? The court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Miles Edgeworth. The defense is ready, Your Honor. It's Dracula! Mr. Von Karma, is the prosecution ready? Fool. You seriously think that I would stand here were I not completely prepared? Right, my apologies. See, I've got the judge scared. Very well, your opening statement, please. Decisive evidence, a decisive witness. What else could possibly be required? Nothing, of course, that should be fine. The prosecution may call its first witness. What's with this guy? Is he royalty or something? How am I supposed to fight against this? I called the detective in charge of this case, Detective Dick Gumshoe. Okay, Gumshoe's first. Let's see how this goes. Describe the incident now. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe looks nervous. Please take a look at the map. The murder happened late Christmas Eve around midnight. There was one boat in the very middle of the lake. There were two men on the boat. Now, there happened to be a woman camping here at the edge of the lake. At 12:10 a.m., she heard two pistol shots. I thought there was only one shot. Then the boat started to move. It went towards the boat rental shop. Alright, I gotta note that. There's probably evidence in the boat. Testify to the court about the arrest now. Oh, wait, Mr. Von Karma. Yes. Actually, I'm the one that's supposed to be handling these proceedings. Wrong. There's only one thing you need to do here. You will slam down your gavel and say the word guilty. That is your role. Of course, you're quite right. No, he's not. Damn. This karma's no joke. Alright, a man called into the station around 30 minutes after midnight. We headed to the scene of the crime as fast as we could. Wait. When does this murder occur? 30 minutes after midnight? Okay. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all. But the next morning, a body was found in the lake. So we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, so he wasn't on the... Maybe he wasn't on the boat? I see. Very well. In your cross-examination, attorney, now. Press. You received a call from a man? Yep. But you said there was a woman camping there. She was the one who heard the 2 gunshots, right? Objection. That woman and the man who called in to report are 2 different people, obviously. Different people? There were 2 witnesses. Their testimonies were quite similar, however. Today I've summoned the woman who was camping. The woman who was camping? A lot of heart. What happened next, detective? We headed to the scene of the crime as fast as we could. That was where we found Mr. Edgeworth. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all, but the next morning, the body was found. Okay. Doesn't it seem like Detective Gumshoe is being a little vague? Yeah. This is my thing. 30 minutes after midnight? This photo was taken 15 minutes after midnight. I'm gonna do this. Damn it. I'm sorry, but I can't see nothing faulty. Okay. Alright. Guess I'll just press him on everything for now. We headed to the scene of the crime as fast as we could. How long was it between receiving the report and your arrival at the lake? Very well, I said it was about 3 minutes. It's pretty fast. Our motto for the month is get there quick. Detective, you will refrain from casually revealing department secrets. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I look forward to your next year's salary review. So much to look forward to these days. There's no time for dejected daydreaming. Continue. Yes, sir. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. Press. What was Mr. Edgeworth like when you saw him then? Well, from what I saw, he looked pretty relaxed. Not like a murderer at all, really. Detective, the court requires the facts, not your opinion. How many years have you been on the force? Facts only, detective. Hard, cold, objective facts. Yes, sir. Yeah, he's got his share of objections. Why? Why didn't you think he was suspicious? You should know. You have a deep, trusting oh, God. Detective, the court isn't interested in your musings. Deep, trusting, poppycock. Poppycock. I've never heard so many flippant comments from an active detective on the force. Detective Gumshoe doesn't look so good. Continue, now. Body was found at the lake. Did you find any clues on the body? A single bullet was recovered from the body. He was shot through the heart fatally. Judge, here's the bullet. It didn't strike bone, so its shape is well preserved. Very well, the court accepts this bullet into evidence. Okay. So we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. Why is that? Well, he found the murder weapon in the boat. The murder weapon? A pistol. Detective Gumshoe. That is a vital piece of information. Please revise your testimony. Right. So sorry, Your Honor. The murder weapon we found in the boat was decisive evidence. Press that. What about the pistol made decisive evidence? Tisk, tisk, tisk. Ah, he has the same evil laugh as Edgeworth. There was fingerprints on the pistol found in the boat. They were clear prints from Mr. Edgeworth's right hand. What? Order. So Mr. Edgeworth's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon? Yes, Your Honor. Judge, this is the weapon in question. Accepted into evidence. I say a murder weapon 22 caliber fired 3 times bears prints from Edgeworth's right hand. Members of the court. We now have the pistol used in the murder and the bullet found in the body. Detective. Yes, sir. Was the bullet found in the body fired from this pistol? Yes. Yes, the ballistic markings on the pistol matched the pistol. Or the bullet matched the pistol. Hey, Nick. What does he mean, ballistic markings? Shocking. To imagine someone here does not know something as basic as ballistic markings. Nick, he's glaring at me. Very well, I'll explain. Actually, Judge, you do it. Okay. Ballistic markings are like the fingerprints of a gun. The barrel leaves distinctive marks on each bullet it fires. You can examine these ballistic fingerprints to see which gun fired the shot. It's quite accurate. Indeed. This leads to one inevitable conclusion. The bullet found in the victim's heart was without a doubt fired from this pistol. This pistol, which, as you may recall, was covered with the defendant's own fingerprints. Order. This is bad. This makes it look like Edgeworth did it. Well, Judge, I'd say it's almost decisive, yes. Honestly, I could declare a verdict at this point. However, you wish to hear the witness speak, no doubt. Very well. I am somewhat fatigued, and so I will take a brief break. I will call my witness after the recess, which will last 10 minutes. Judge? Yes? What are you doing? A 10-minute recess now. Just bang your flimsy gavel and get on with it, man. What the hell? Ahem, this court will make 10-minute recess. Yeah, seriously, who's running this court? This guy's just like taking over the whole thing. Edgeworth, what's going on here? Your fingerprints were on the murder weapon? And that foggy photo makes one thing clear. The one who could have shot that man was the person in the photo. True. Was that you in the boat? Yes, it was me. What? But you must believe me, I didn't shoot him. Then who did? I don't know. Was there like a sniper maybe? No, weren't you right there? But the bullet was... Sniper, no sniping. I have no clue. Based on what we have right now, I have no idea. I heard a gunshot from very close by. Then the other man fell from the boat. Who was the other witness? There was like another gentleman else there. Can't say why, but I thought at the time that he had shot himself. I mean, it was a suicide. That's the only explanation I can come up with. How am I gonna convince anyone of that? Say Maya? What? Any progress with Mia? Oh, sorry, it's no good. I know. I'm no good for anything, am I, Nick? If I can't call my sister, I might as well not be here, right? Wow. No, we need you. No, of course not. I need you here. I can see you're always trying to help out. Even if you don't actually help, it's the thought that counts, right? It's okay, Nick. You don't, that's kind of not a good way to phrase it. It's okay, Nick. You don't have to make me feel better. I don't know anything about trials or defense. What's more, I'm a spirit medium who can't even contact spirits. Oh, everyone has their off days. I mean, I've just been getting lucky lately. But you never know when my luck is going to run out. Really? Whoa, right. Don't jinx his case any more than it already is. Oh, damn. It's bad for my heart. Cleric, hello. How are you doing? Well, come on in. I didn't even copy my own brain message. How dare. No, you're fine. How's Final Fantasy 14? I know you were playing it. I lurked a little. How did you do with Heaven's Word? Yeah, welcome on in. Let me give you a shout out. I don't think we have a mod here at the moment. How's stream? What's the actual slash? It's just, yeah, there we go. Perfect. There we go. Great. We got through Airy. Nice. Okay. Yeah, you're getting really far. I think you're going to be caught up to me probably in no time. I want to get back to it after I get done with my finals at some point. Because I'm in the middle of, well, I started Shadowbringer. So I'm very, very early into that. I want to get back into it at some point. I haven't touched the game in like 3 or 4 months. I kind of like my little breaks that I have and then getting back into it after like my brain's fresh with like the previous expansion. Because I enjoyed Stormblood a bit. Stormblood's really good, but I hear the most recent 2 are amazing. Your main, I'm already caught up on 6.2 content. True. That's all just me for playing through the MSQ. It's my hyper fixation. I love that. Yeah, your ult's gonna pass me in no time. I'm sure of it. That's awesome. But yeah, hi. I forgot to say hi to everyone coming in. Darth. Is it Scythius? I apologize if I butchered that. Midnight Wolf Demon, hello. Oh yeah, welcome on in, everyone. If you don't know who I am, BigRedEngineer, I'm a variety streamer. I also like Final Fantasy 14. I just haven't played it recently. We've just been playing through some Phoenix Wright. We're on the 4th episode. If anyone's familiar with this game, still very early on into it. But yeah, not too much to say. But welcome on in, everyone. Yeah, I'm planning on trying to finish my base. Heaven's Word before the end of the year. Do it. I mean, if you're already on Airy, then yeah, I'm sure you'll get there by the end of the year. That's awesome though. I definitely want to do Shadowbringer for sure. That's a plan for 2023. And hopefully I can maybe do Endwalker too. I'm like, I don't know, I kind of like doing the expansion, finishing it, and then just absorbing it all. Like let it sink in, and then get to the next one. I'm hoping maybe end of spring I can be done with Shadowbringer. And then maybe around summertime next year I can get into Endwalker. I think it's kind of like my plan. But who knows? It might change. I might be done by in the spring. If I really get into it. Yeah, I got like 3 streams of content planned out before the end. Awesome. Shadowbringer is my favorite of them all personally. But yeah, I play at your own pace. Yeah. Yeah, Shadowbringer so far I'm very early into. Like I figured out like a couple things about like what happened to some of the actual main characters. But it's like still looking for them. I think that's where I've been at. There's a lot. There's a lot. I'm just a loon and inhale story at breakneck pace. Nice. That's awesome. But yeah. I don't really know what to say. I mean, like if you need to like take a break, get water, get food, whatever you need to do, no worries. But yeah, thank you for rating me. I really appreciate that. Welcome on in. Hey everybody. If you're looking for murder trials, you're in the right place. But no, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah, we'll deal with going with the game. But yeah, it's bad for my heart. But essentially, to kind of recap what's going on in this game right now, for those that might want to know. If you don't, no worries. But at the moment, we're in the beginning of the 4th episode. We just got to the 2nd day, or the end of the 1st day. No, it's the 2nd day. But we're doing the 1st trial. And so far, all the evidence is pointing to this guy Edgeworth killing someone with a pistol, shooting him. He's trying to say he didn't do it, but there's a photo proof of him on a boat holding a gun pointing it at the victim. But it's not him that pulled the trigger. So at the moment, we're trying to figure out where the bullet came from, because apparently the bullet came from his gun, that his fingerprints were on the gun that were found. Same bullet, same gun, but he didn't pull the trigger. So there's a lot of questions that don't make sense right now. Yeah, not Edgeworth. I know. I'm actually liking his character development, though. Like, he comes off kind of like a dick at first. Like, he'll do anything he wants, and then you start getting to know more and more about him. You're like, oh. Like, I can understand why he is the way he is. He's starting to warm up to me a bit. He's been pretty chill. But yeah, apparently Edgeworth is looking extremely guilty at the moment. And the prosecutor is like Von Karma or something like that. He's been essentially in charge of the whole trial. So he's been great. I've only done the first 3 cases, I think, but I had to take a break, but excited to see someone else play it. I've been loving this game. The first 3 trials, the last trial, that took a while. That was a long one. But the one with like the samurai, that wasn't too bad. The Mia murder was interesting. the Larry Butts one, that was quite the tutorial. Von Karma? Yeah, Von Karma. And one of the key witnesses is Lala Hart. So we're about to see her in a second, I'm sure. But yeah, that's essentially where we're at. He's just looking very, very guilty right now. He apparently shot someone. He's saying he didn't do it. But the gun match, his fingerprints were on the gun, the bullet with the ballistic markings match. It's not looking good. So that's where we're kind of at right now. Oh, sorry. Whoops. All right. Court is back in session. Mr. Von Karma, call your witness. Yeah, so this guy that looks like Dracula. Von Karma. But he's essentially in charge of like everything right now. Apparently he was Edgeworth's mentor in a way. Taught Edgeworth everything he knows about prosecuting. Karma is pretty much telling the judge what to do. He's very, very like heavy-headed. Taking control of everything. But he's an interesting character so far. Will Miss Lala Hart take the stand? Now we have one of our witnesses. Lala Hart, you are a research student at a university. That I am. Good. You can telling us what you saw the night of the incident. And don't add anything trivial or subjective. Understand. Y'all need to learn some manners. Understand. Yeah, I understand. Very well. Your testimony, please. All right, let's see what we got here. It was Christmas Eve just after midnight, I reckon. I was in my car. I heard this bang come from the lake. When I looked out the window, I saw 2 gents in a boat. Then there was another bang. There wasn't nary a thing on the lake but the boat. Enough. Huh? Judge. She happened to take a photo of the incident. This is that photo, accepted as evidence. Well, this is a surprise. This looks like the very moment of the murder. Order. I will remove people from this courtroom if I do not have order immediately. As the witness testified, she looked at the lake when she heard the shot. There was no other boats on that lake. So the man in the boat with the victim must have been the one who shot him. Yes, it was the defendant Miles Edgeworth. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Order, order, order. I will have order. Well, Judge. The evidence is decisive. I have very little doubt about this case. Very well, this court finds the defendant... Wait, Your Honor. I haven't cross-examined the witness yet. A cross-examination? We have photographic proof. What question can there possibly be? This photo is worth 1,000 words and they all read guilty. You lose. Or, do you claim to have found contradiction in her testimony? Very well. If you have to, you may cross-examine the witness. You will only flounder and ask meaningless questions. You will fail to find anything. And then I will have you held in contempt of court. Nick? Contempt? Contempt of court, you know. I guess I understand. Well, what are you going to do? Do you really think there is a contradiction with the facts in her testimony? Yeah. I'm going to say no. I think I noticed one little thing. Well, I'm impressed, Nick. I didn't notice anything. Right. Let's take him out. Yeah. I got a bad feeling about this. I understand. I will cross-examine the witness. Tis, tis, tis. Very well. I pray for your sake this isn't a waste of time. Great. Alright. Let's see. It was Christmas Eve just after midnight. Alright. Let's press. I'm just gonna press on everything. That's kind of a thing I learned about this game. You press on everything because you got nothing to lose. So, might as well. Just after midnight, you say? In other words, it was no longer Christmas Eve, but Christmas Day. Yeah, well, yes. I know you want to find contradictions, but really? I hope your next contradiction is a little more relevant to the trial. Witness, continue your testimony. I was in my car, I heard this bang come. Wait. I was in my car. What are you doing in your car? Why are you camping there anyway? I'm a research student at my university. I was taking pictures to use in my research. What research? This all sounds suspicious. Yeah, let's press further. Miss Hart. Oh no, she has the meteor shower, apparently. Could you be more specific about your research? What does the witness's motive in camping by the lake have to do with this case? The answer is nothing. I object to this line of questioning. Objection sustained. Wait, now I'm the one who says that. Well, then say it already. Objection sustained. Thanks for nothing, Your Honor. I heard this bang come from the lake. So you weren't looking at the lake at the time? Nope. I looked after I heard that noise. She said that already. I asked you to find contradictions, not leisurely chat with the witness. When I looked at the window, I saw two gents in the boat. Did it look like Edgeworth? Could you clearly see the two men? Just look at the picture. Clear enough for you? Uh-oh. No. Wait a second. I wasn't asking you about the photo. I was asking if you saw the two men. Yeah, well, of course. Nope. The witness has testified that she saw them. There's also a photo. You best look elsewhere for your precious contradictions. He jumped in quick. He's hiding something. Ooh. And there was another bang. Were you watching the very moment the shot rang out? Well, yeah, sure. You're asking meaningless questions. Meaningless. Contradictions, Mr. Wright, not meaningless babble. On karma, I think I hate you. He's trying to keep me from talking to the witness. To what end? There wasn't a nary thing on the lake but that boat. Alright, last one. Are you sure about that? Yeah, sure as country gal can be. That sounds pretty sure. God, what am I gonna lose? Press further. How come you're so sure? Well, heck, I scanned the whole lake. Scanned the whole lake? It almost sounds like she was more interested in the lake than the boat. Miss Hart, you... Mr. Wright. The witness has answered the question in full. No need of further question. Objection sustained. That's what, sustained. Yes, of course. Great. Enough. I think we've heard all we need to hear, Mr. Wright. It seems you are unable to find contradiction in the testimony worth noting. But, Your Honor, keep your promise. Mr. Wright, I'm afraid that I will have to penalize any further outburst by holding you in contempt of court. And if that happens, you'll have to leave the courtroom immediately. Understood? Nick. His testimony is fishy. Nick, real fishy. I know what you mean. But if I can't say anything, what can I do? I believe you've covered the evidence sufficiently to make a decision. Then pass your judgment. Very well. Mr. Miles Edgeworth, please take the stand. Who said hold it? Who was that? It was me. Maya? Is something wrong? Do you need to use the facilities? No, I do not. Lala Hart, your testimony stinks. It's unclear whether you were actually looking at the lake. It's highly doubtful that you actually saw Mr. Edgeworth. Tell us the truth. This is a matter of life or death. Damn, go Maya. Did you really clearly see Mr. Edgeworth that night? Did you see him fire that pistol? You will stand down. Court does not acknowledge the defense's outburst. Answer me, Nala. What's the big idea treating me like some kind of criminal? I saw him, I swear it. I saw Edgeworth. Enough, Judge. Declared the defense in contempt of court. Yes, of course. I'm sorry, but you were warned. Guard, escort Mr. Ray out of the courtroom. He is in contempt of court and must leave. No. No. Wait, what is going on? I was the one who made the outburst, Your Honor. Nick is innocent. What's the difference? All that remains is for guilty verdict to be declared. Isn't that right, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Wrong. Wrong. What? Did you hear what Miss Hart just said? She said she clearly saw Mr. Edgeworth. That was not in the testimony. That changes her testimony and I have a right to cross-examine her again. Order, 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 order. You're in contempt of court. It's too late for wild claims. Judge, sustain my objection. I'm sorry, Mr. Von Karma, but I cannot. What? Miss Lala Hart has made a new testimony. The defense does have a right to cross-examine her again. But he is in contempt of court. No, I am. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest me. Very well. IFA, you will leave the courtroom immediately. Nick, I did what I could. You have to do the rest. Good luck. Maya. Well, damn. I care not for this melodrama. Listen well, Mr. Wright. I do not tolerate badgering of my witnesses. I'm running out of time. I better find a contradiction or else. So this is kind of like the episode where you can't constantly press people. Like you have to actually like come up with something. That last statement. I saw it clear as day the man in the boat was Mr. Edgeworth. I'm gonna badger anyway. Well, what about the other man? And there it is. Can I expect to be allowed to blithely ignore your promise, Mr. Wright? I believe you claimed there was a contradiction in the witness's testimony. Well, find it if you can. Damn. But I can't squander Maya's efforts either. Alright. Okay. So, the photo. It had to be the photo. Either the photo or the camera. It's the photo. Got you. Got you, Miss Hart. Finally. What? You got what? Look at this photograph. photo I took? The very same. There's something I want you to see in this photo. It's quite clearly visible. The fog, Miss Hart. So? This picture was taken with professional, high-quality film, correct? Apparently. Look at this photograph. Let's be like, look at this graph. Yeah, even if it could not capture the faces of the men on the boat. Yet you claim you saw Mr. Edgeworth. How? What? Mr. Wright has a point. Thank you, Judge. That's why I told her to not say that in her testimony. Please. Yet now she said it, Mr. Von Karma. How could you possibly see Mr. Edgeworth? Explain yourself. Miss Hart? What? Could you see the defendant that night? Of course. I said I could and I meant I could. Then please testify as to the circumstances of your sighting. I did it. I finally found a hole in your Von Karma's carefully vague testimony. Alright. Yeah, right. It was a cold night and the fog was thick as grits. So once I finished setting up my camera, I got back in the car. Still, I brought my binoculars with me. When I heard that noise out of the lake, I looked with my binoculars. See? No problem. You use binoculars? Very well. You may begin your cross-examination. This one better be good. What binoculars? Wait, let me see what I got. I feel like I got a press, but he might hold me in contempt. Am I still holding contempt? Like held in contempt, I mean? So once I finished setting up my camera, I got back in the car. Let me see if this actually works. Your camera? Yeah, it's got an automatic. The issue we are concerned with here is Miss Hart seeing Mr. Edgeworth. The camera has nothing to do with this at all. Objection sustained. Alright. So I brought my binoculars with me. When I heard that noise and I looked at my binoculars. Press that. If there was a heavy fog, how could binoculars change that at all? What do you mean? Even binoculars can't see through fog. But you say you clearly saw him. I did, yeah. Enough. There's no room for doubt in her testimony. She sounded pretty doubtful to me. But I had to find a clear contradiction first. I don't care how many Von Karma objections I get. I'm going to find a hole in this testimony if it's the last thing I do. Okay. Binoculars? Binoculars. Yeah, binoculars. Yesterday you mentioned that you were out looking for shooting stars, correct? Well, yeah. Wouldn't you need a telescope, not binoculars for that? Fair. I've got doubts about your camera, too. Is that really to take pictures of meteor showers? Camera is irrelevant to this case. You can't say that for certain. Mr. Wright? Is the camera really relevant to this case? If you believe it is, I may continue with this line of questioning. But know this. If you find nothing with this camera, there will be consequences. Do you wish to press further about the camera? Yes. This is make it or break it time. The camera is of utmost importance, Your Honor. It is perhaps the key to this entire case. Therefore, I will continue my line of questioning. Wow, maybe I went a little overboard there. Very well. Miss Hart, you will testify to the court about the camera. Yeah, I hear you. Another testimony. The camera is set up to take pictures of the meteor shower. When I heard... Okay. camera set to take pictures in the meteor shower. It doesn't make sense though. Alright, camera. Yeah, okay, that was it. Because my thought was when I originally looked at this, I'm like, it's supposed to be looking for shooting stars. It can't be it, because you have the freaking microphone. How are you going to be hearing shooting stars with your microphone? You're looking for loud noises. You're not going to hear a freaking meteor shower. Makes no sense. Says who? I saw the camera you set up yesterday. It was pointed directly at the lake. You have to point a camera upwards to take photos of stars in its heart. Well, that too. But... Mr. Wright, where are you driving at? The witness was not at the lake to photograph featuring shooting stars, Your Honor. Well then, what exactly was she photographing? Show evidence. Your Honor, take a look at this. What was Miss Hart trying to photograph at the lake? Gordy. Miss Hart, this is what you were trying to photograph. What's this? A newspaper article? Gordy? Ah, the sighting of at Gord Lake. Well, Miss Hart? I never heard of no lake monster. You got proof or something? Let's see you prove that I was down in that lake trying to photograph this Gordy. Do I have proof of that? Wait. So we have the testimony. So I don't want to say I have proof and then get penalized. I don't think I have proof. Well, I don't have proof. Bah, you're intimidated entertainment, Mr. Wright, but enough is enough. I've had enough of your baseless claims, so I'll hear if evidence to support them. Well, alright, if that's how you want to play it, I'll show you evidence. Mr. Wright, are you sure about this? I'm sure sick of smarty prosecutor putting me down. Or did he tell me so I get mad and make a mistake? Alright. Where's the proof? All we got is the lake photo. I'm gonna do the lake photo. Oh, wait. Okay, there's two things I can either do. I could either use the photograph, because you're trying to do loud noises. The proof, Miss Hart, is your own camera. Your camera is set to take photos in response to loud noises, correct? Thus, this photograph here taken when a gun fired on the lake. And here, this article about Gordy. According to this article, Gordy made a loud noise when it emerged. Well, you were trying to photograph Gordy, weren't you? That's why you had set your camera to respond to loud noises. Order. Order. I see. I too thought it was a little strange. Yeah, sure. Oh, Miss Hart. You were camping there to try and take a photo of Gordy, weren't you? Yeah. Not bad. Are all you lawyers that smart? So smart boy, I was down there trying to photograph Gordy. You got me. So what? Huh? It don't change what I saw, does it? Exactly. What you just used several precious minutes of our time to prove is nothing more than that when this is an idiot who thinks monsters exist? Hey. But as she succinctly said, so what? It changes nothing. Not true. You were hiding the whole thing about Gordy for some reason. I know it. What could it have been? Whatever it is, I'm getting to the bottom of this. Miss Hart, why did you hide the fact that you were searching for Gordy from the court? Please revise your testimony. Oh boy. Right. Fine, I'll testify. Everyone change nothing though. Something will change. It has to. I'm going to spot. Can't talk. Alright, last new testimony. Actually, I'm not a research student at a university. I'm an investigative photographer. Imagine what a scoop it'd be if I got a picture of that monster. That's why I was camping out by the lake. But that's all I was hiding. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight out of that lake. There wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched that boat the whole time. And I saw a flash near one of the men's hands. And I heard another gunshot. I was looking right at the boat the whole time, crossed my heart, and hoped to fry. May cross-examine? Objection. The witness's testimony is unchanged from before. Whether she is a research student or a photographer has no bearing on this case. There is no need to waste more of our time with another pointless cross-examination. I claim the defense right to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor. Von Karma's up to something? I know it. He doesn't want me to cross-examine her because... why? Why was there a contradiction? Or was there one? Alright, you seem sure of yourself. You must have something in mind. Ha, that would be a first. Haha, very funny. You understand that this is your last chance at a cross-examination, Mr. Wright. There's no problem with the testimony this time. We'll let the witness leave. I will announce my verdict at the time, Mr. Wright. Understood? Alright, here we go. Alright, so let's reread this. Actually, I'm not a research student at the university. Yeah, why did you lie? You get your photograph and sell it to the press. It's that kind of business. Hey, I was taking pictures at my sister's graduation last year. And guess what? What? There was a UFO just hanging in the sky. UFO? A UFO. You know, an unidentified flying object. A UFO. I've never actually seen it spelt that way. Yeah, I like it. A UFO? That's when I had sort of a revelation. I knew I should become an investigative photographer. I see. Kind of shaky basis for a career. I imagine what a scoop to have gotten a picture of that monster. That's why I was camping out by the lake. That's all I was hiding? Really? I think it's time you told us why you felt you had to hide the true purpose of the lake. Heck, if word got out what I was up to, the lake would be swarming with competitors. Competitors? Yeah, second-rate shutterbugs trying to steal my scoop. Ah, is that the only reason you were hiding the truth? Well, actually... Mr. Wright, I'll not have you asking questions with no relevance to this case. Whatever you say, Von Karma, I know you told her to keep quiet. When I heard the bang, I looked straight at the camera. Okay, let me make my evidence. Wait. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight out the lake. And there wasn't much else to look at, so I watched the boat the whole time. Saw a flash. Was there nothing on the lake but the boat at the time? Wait, so you're thinking maybe he was shot from some other place? I don't think so, nope. The lake was smooth as glass, nobody was on the shore, neither. I better find some sort of contradiction in this testimony. Just gotta press everything. Then what manner of person are you? I'm not sure I'm highfalutin enough to be called a manner of anything. Oh, Jesus. Alright. That's why I was camping out. That's why you put the automatic sensor on your camera? Yep. Borrowed it from a university professor. He analyzes every sound it picks up, and when it gets a bang, it snaps a shot. Yep. So how many pictures has it taken so far? The only time the camera triggered was at night. Exactly what sort of sound was it? Well, I never heard one before, so I can't say for sure, but it sounded like a gunshot. It's a lot sharper a sound than I would have expected. I just watched the boat the whole time. There wasn't much else to look at? Yep. I don't know, if she heard a bang, And she thought Gordy was out there. Kinda doubt she wastes any time looking at a boat. What? What did I do now? What are you giving me to look for? Definitely suspicious. Maybe it's time for some evidence. Hold your hush puppies, Pops. I'm getting there. There wasn't much to look at, so I just watched the boat the whole time. But Gordy. Guess I can bring up the article again? Yeah. Miss Hart, were you really looking for that boat? What's with you? Of course I was looking at it. It's the only thing there. Any normal person would be looking at it. I agree, any normal person would. But you are far from normal. Y'all want to step over here and say that? I was about to say. You were camping at the lake to take a picture of Gordy. Think about it. What would you do if you heard a loud noise? You'd be scanning the lake for any sign of Gordy, that's what. You wouldn't give the boat a second thought. That is true. Order, continue, Mr. Wright. You testified that you were watching the boat through binoculars. However, you wouldn't need binoculars to watch that boat. You needed them to search for Gordy, and that's what you were doing. Well? Well, now that y'all mention it, I did sort of take my binoculars and kind of scan the lake a bit. I mean, Gordy might be out there and all. It's hard. Are you sure you were not watching the boat then? Sorry, y'all. I wasn't fibbing, really. I thought, I could be witness to a murder and all. And I got excited. I was sure I was watching that boat till now. This is totally uncalled for. But hey, you got the photograph, you got proof. Still, we can't see who is shooting who in this photo. Right. That's why I took this photo and... Wait, what was she about to say? Did she alter it? You've had a long day. Shut your pie hole. Shut my what? What's she gonna say? She took the photo and what? Press. She even had a photograph to prove it. But you really can't from the photo who is shooting. That's why she says she's going to enlarge the photo. She said it'll drop the quality a mite, but should let us see who's who. She enlarged the photo. Why won't Von Karma let her show it? I've got a hunch. I bet that enlarged photo shows something bad for Von Karma. This is my chance. If I'm wrong, though, it would mean prison for Edgeworth, or worse. What should I do? Yeah, show the enlargement. I think so. And what else could there be? Otherwise, I'm going to be hush. Enlarge it. Miss Hart, look at this photograph. You enlarged this photograph, did you not? Yeah, I did. Why has the enlargement not been presented to the court? Because it does not exist. What are you talking about? You were the one who told me not to show it in court in the first place. Oh, damn. You old fool. Oh, boy. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Von Karma? Miss Hart? Show the photo to the court. Show us the enlargement. The prosecution objects to the submission of this evidence. Objection denied. The witness will show the enlargement to the court. Here it is. We still can't see who is firing this. Oh shoot, we got MK music. It's usually the, oh, we gotcha music. But yeah, I do like the music here. It's actually a bop. Scorpion, Sub-Zero. Mortal Kombat. Yeah, it could be the defendant, or maybe it's not. Regardless, I accept this as evidence. Happy now, Mr. Wright? There has to be something. You asked for the enlargement, you got the enlargement. And a little good it has done to any of us. That's why I requested she not show it. I suppose this means that the cross-examination is over, obviously. Then I would like to close the cross-examination, Miss Lawhart. And none too soon. That was a flagrant waste of my time. Mr. Von Karma, do you have anything to add? I stated everything I needed to when this trial began. This decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could you possibly be required? Nothing, of course. And I believe it's time for me to declare my verdict. Wait, it's not supposed to go like this. There has to be a clue in this photo. The gun's different. Right? It's kind of the same. I'm like looking at the tip, like the end here. Show other evidence. Wait, Your Honor, this evidence. I believe we have spent enough time talking about evidence. Indeed. We've heard opinions on every piece of evidence but this enlargement. I see no point in retracing our steps. This is bad, real bad. What should I do? Object to the enlargement? That's all I gotta do. Your Honor, there is something decidedly strange with this enlargement. Mortal Kombat music. What might that be? I don't know. Mr. Wright, you will show the court what you mean. What about this photo is strange? Okay, here goes nothing. I'll show the judge what's... Okay. I'm thinking the gun looks different? Or maybe this. There's only two things. It's either the gun, I think, or the actual flash. Like, maybe this is, like, edited? I think it's the gun. I'm gonna go with the gun. Here, Your Honor. Where? Okay. Damn it. It's not the gun. Can I save it here? Damn it. I'm gonna say it's the only other thing I'm thinking of is the flash. Here, Your Honor. Can I save her? Just in case. What am I looking at here? Alright, so we see two hands. Is this guy wearing a glove? Alright, this is my last guess. Nope. The shooter? I'm not sure I understand what, but the shooter is strange. Look at the hand holding the pistol. It was his left hand! Oh. And he directly contradicts another piece of evidence. This means left hand does what? Let me show you. I'll show you the evidence that left hand contradicts. The gun. Where's the gun? It's right hand. The evidence is clear. That man in this photograph was holding that pistol with his left hand. However, the prints on the murder weapon were from Edgeworth's right hand. Ergo, the man shooting the pistol in this photograph is not Mr. Edgeworth. Damn. I didn't even realize left hand. Now that everyone in the courtroom has quieted down, I would like to reconvene this court of law. Mr. Wright, yes, Your Honor. You have given us definitive proof today. We now know that it was not Mr. Edgeworth who fired that pistol that night. I'm waiting for the objection. However, this leaves us with a rather large problem. If Mr. Edgeworth didn't do it, then who shot our victim? Precisely. As we have seen, there were no other people on the lake that night. There were. Who but the defendant could have shot the victim? This hurt the victim himself. Suicide, that's right. Larry, the victim himself. There's only one explanation remaining. The man who shot the victim was none other than the victim himself. Edgeworth said you used that, but you didn't trust him. So you're saying that the victim committed suicide? Yes, Your Honor. I can think of no other explanation. Indeed, it does seem to be the only remaining option. I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright. But suicide is out of the question. What? An examination of the victim's wound reveals the distance at which he was shot. The distance? The victim was clearly shot from further than a meter away. How far is a meter? A meter? That's 3 feet. Okay, thank you. I'm like, wait, can you like 3 feet? So there's no way he was that close to him. There's no way it could have been suicide. Order. Mr. Von Karma, are you sure of the accuracy of your data? Of course. I had already considered the possibility of suicide, you say. Approximately 1 meter away. I see. Very well, allow me to state my opinion. Considering the situation, the shooter had to be the defendant, Mr. Edgeworth. However, the prints on the gun revealed that the shooter was not Mr. Edgeworth. This is a conundrum. Therefore, I would like to suspend proceedings for this trial for the day. The court orders the defense and the prosecution to further investigate this matter. Understood. Yes, Your Honor. That is all. The court is adjourned. Man, Karma is not happy. That was a good one, though. Alright, December 26th, 1:15 p.m. Defendant lobby number 2. Phew, that was a close one. Hey! Don't you have anything to say? No, I have yet to be declared an innocent, right? Oh yeah, but what happened to out there on the lake anyway? If he didn't commit suicide, then who? The shooter was about a meter away, too. What? Don't give me that look. I did not kill him. I was just kidding around. Look. I'm gonna go check on Maya. Alright. Oh, right. What? Tell her something for me. What? Tell her to watch what she says in court. That's all. She say thank you. Like, kill you just to say how you really feel with a thanks, Edgeworth? I requisitioned the transcript of La's entire testimony. I thought it might give me some ammunition for the trial tomorrow. Of course, she didn't see the shooter. So the only part of her testimony that stood out was the bang she heard. There were party poppers. So I kind of wanted to make sure of that. Alright. It's another day of trial stuff. Alright. Let's go back. December 26th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Maya. Hey, Nick. It's you. I'm glad Mr. Edgeworth made it through the day, okay? It's a relief. Hey, why'd you do that anyway? I don't know. I just knew I had to do something. I know I'm not the lawyer my sister was. I'm sorry. Well, he did save the trial. Just behave from now on, okay? Okay. Alright, questioning. Have you been questioned yet? No, not yet. Detective Gumshoe was here just now. He said, seeing as this is your first offense, we'll let you go after questioning. Phew. Oh, and he wanted me to get bail money ready. You can pay for me, okay? Huh? How much? I don't know. Guess they'll send you a bill or something. Why do I picture giant bales of money every time I hear the word bail? Alright, any luck with Mia? None. I can't get through to her at all. I tried, I really did. Oh, I am so sorry. I don't know what to do. I think I probably shouldn't have stopped my training. Sounds like she really did do her best. I should check and see if there's any waterfalls in the local area. I wonder if I'll ever see my sister again. Oh. Just like a little pat in the head. It's okay. Alright. Let's get moving. Anything in my offices? Oh, I guess so. Sure is quiet here with nobody around. Right. I have to get Maya out of that detention cell soon. Alright. There's a lot to see at the lake, so let's go there. There are fewer than there were yesterday, but the cops are still around in the park. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe is here today. Anything new? Today it's just cold. Cherry blossoms. Nothing really new. Yeah. Alright, let's move. Gourd Lake Public Beach. Haven't seen Larry around all today at all. Probably off paying through the nose on a date with the lovely Kyans. Probably. Alright, the famous Gourd Lake. Its green waters stretch out on both sides. It's a pretty big lake, really. True. The trash can's empty. At least the place is well maintained. Okay. Okay. I think I want to look at the boat. So all this is pretty much the same. Yeah. Alright. Looks like the boat rental shop is closed today too. Small boat rental shop, doesn't look like anyone's around. They're probably closed because of the murder. True. The boat. There are some boats falling at the dock. The murder took place in a boat from this dock. Apparently the police took away the actual boat. Oh, that was used that night. Indeed, there's space for one more boat on the dock. Damn. Alright, so I guess nothing here. Oh, excuse me again. Alright. Stuff's still set up. Hey, Dick. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Hey, pal. Trial today, they're... Yeah, so what about the trial? Well, I was going to say good show, but it wasn't really at all that. Though you did save Mr. Edgeworth, I guess. I just wasn't sure how to thank you, you know? Thanks. Alright, we'll talk. Oh yeah, I'll stop you out there. I'm so sorry. Alright, tomorrow's trial. Detective Gumshoe. Any idea what strategy Von Karma's playing for tomorrow? Sounds like he's bringing in another witness. Another witness? Alright, he said something about that in the trial today. There were 2 witnesses. Yep. There was a man and a woman, I think. Who was it? Sorry, pal. As much as I like to, I'm at liberty to divulge that information. Right. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Alright. I wanted to ask you something about Edgeworth. What's up? So you're afraid of earthquakes? I never heard of anything about that before. Alright, mistake. You have a good night. Thanks for lurking and hanging out. Appreciate ya. Yeah, check out those games in the... they're in the Discord, I know. Actually, Legendary Xenia 3D actually looks kind of cool. Alright, I'll have to look at the rest in a bit. But thank you. I really appreciate it. But have good nights. I am just closing everything. Yeah, have a good night, steak. Okay. Sorry. So you're free of earthquakes. I never heard anything about that before. Mr. Edgeworth doesn't talk about himself too much, see? There's one thing that's clear as day. Him hating crime the way he does, and him becoming our prosecutor, and him being scared of earthquakes, it all started with that incident. The DL6 incident? Yep, that's the one. 15 years ago, when he saw his father shot before his very eyes. He still feels the pain now, you can see it in his eyes. I wonder if there may be like an earthquake happened that day. I wanted to talk to you about Maya Fey. Huh? She's not on bail yet? She's not out on bail yet. Strange. I told them to let her go as soon as they had their report written up. Man, I don't know what would happen in that courtroom today if it weren't for her. Seeing her getting dragged out by the bailiff? I'll be honest with you, pal. I shed a tear or two. Mr. Edgeworth, he was so moved I saw his lips trembling. Really? Cold as ice, Edgeworth? He was really grateful for what she did, you know. I'm going to head back to the station. I get to report on Maya and get her out of there as soon as I can. Thank you. Oh, wait. I was wondering, how much is bail going to be? Don't worry about that. Mr. Edgeworth is posting the whole amount. What? Edgeworth? Didn't I tell you? He's grateful to her for what she did. Alright, pal. Well, don't forget to pick her up, okay? Maybe I can get Edgeworth to pay this month's rent, too. There you go. Alright, let's look at everything here. It's covered in dents. Can't believe anyone would drive their car down here. No camping. Funny place to pick your pitch tent. There's a convenience store right up the street. I guess she wanted to get into the outdoor spirit. Not much else here. Alright. Slide over. Unless she's still here. Lala's camera is staring out at the lake as usual. Even a novice like me can tell that camera must have cost a pretty penny. Oh, she doesn't leave it out here to get stolen. Can't really say anything else. I guess I just gotta go get Maya. Yeah, why didn't they let her go right away? That was weird. Maybe Karma got involved with that? Hey, Nick, you finally came. You just finished the paperwork. I'm free to go. For your last day, those interrogators were really mean. They were like, okay, what did you do this time? Like I was some kind of criminal. Can you believe it? Well, they let you out in the end, didn't they? Oh, that reminds me. Thanks for the bail. Thank Edgeworth. Huh? He posted bail for you. He said he was grateful for what you did. Mr. Edgeworth did that? I have to make it up to him. We gotta win this case, Nick. Oh. What to do? We're kind of lacking the clues in the clues department. You could go to the park and look for Gordy. I was kidding. Still, if there was any clues out there, yeah, it's just there. Have you noticed anything lately? You know, I did notice one thing while I was here in the Tundra. It's really pretty comfortable here. It's warm and they keep it very clean. Have you noticed anything about the case? Well, not much more than that, though. She's probably still upset about me. I should leave her alone. Alright, let's go. Back to the lake. There aren't many cops around then today, are there? We're probably back at the precinct working up a case against Edgeworth. Hey, y'all. It's Lala. Y'all really did it today. What do we do now? Nah, I'm not complaining. See, I did a little thinking. A little self-reflection, you might say. I realized that being a witness is a mighty big responsibility. I just went up there and started blabbing any old thing that came to mind. Lala. So you see, I want to make it up to y'all. Make it up. Alright. What do you think of the trial? To be honest, I was doing it half just to say I've been a witness. Even though I didn't really see anything. I kind of convinced myself I had, though. I'm sorry, I know I caused a lot of y'all trouble. Well, memory is tricky, vague a little thing. Yeah, I know. I sure know that now. I'll be fine the next time I witness a murder. I got a cough. I'm so sorry. Right. You mean the first time you witnessed a murder? Exactly. Alright, Gordy. What about Gordy? Right. Well, the way I figure, the trial's only stoking the flames of Gordy forever. I'll get my exclusive photos and rocket to stardom. Alright, Lana, you go, girl. Of course, I could be an investigative photographer too. Finish your spirit medium training first. Alright, making it up. What do you mean by making it up to us? Alright, well, you see. Actually, I got a bit of information for you. Ooh. That Von Karma didn't want me to say nothing about it. More information. Now we're getting to the heart of it. See, I reckon we might be able to do ourselves a little exchange. Exchange? I thought this was make it up to us. Right. I propose a little exchange to make it up to you. What? Information don't come cheap, my friend. Hey. I see you thinking how unsophisticated these southern folks are. Well, it's written all over your face. Let me tell you, most southerners are way more sophisticated than you. I'm just the exception, okay? Well, what'll it be? We got a deal or not? Wait, we got a deal. Do you have any other leads? So I don't think we have much of a choice here. Okay, how much? Huh? You completely off your rocker? I may not be sophisticated, but I'm not trying to rob the poor. Huh? The only fair exchange for information is information. Listen good. What I need from you is information about Gordy. Whoa, Gordy? But Gordy Gordy might not exist. Then bring me proof that shows he doesn't. I'll keep watching from the car, okay? You see something, y'all come to me first. Got it? Okay. Right. See y'all later. We're screwed. Okay, Nick, let's get hunting. Hunting? You don't seriously mean Gordy? I sure do. About Edgeworth. We're searching for Gordy for him, Nick. Don't you get it? Okay. Now how exactly do we search for a make-believe monster? Maybe we can find a monster myth specialist. Interesting. Howlada. It's not gonna go well. What the hell? Larry. Steel Samurai got canceled, my dude. What's that? The Steel Samurai, Nick. Yo, Maya. Larry. The heck is that? That was my girl Kiance's idea. Jesus Christ. She was all, if you like it, put this here. It would be like really cool. Dude, she gave it to me along with the banner. Wow. Oh, I didn't even realize the flags. That's really impressive. She could find those for you. Oh, she knows a lot of people. And that show's finished now, so she got them for free. Right. Edgeworth. Yo, Nick. What happened with Edgy? Pulling me through the first day in court, alright. I don't know how good our prospects are from here on, though. Huh? Hey, Larry, did you know Mr. Edgeworth's secret weakness? He's terrified of earthquakes. He acts like a little boy. Huh? That's weird. I don't think he was ever like that in school. No? Really? Well, we were only in the same class for a little bit. He transferred schools pretty quickly. Transferred? Right, when the DLC incident happened. Doesn't look like Larry knows about it, though. Big Samurai. Hey, Larry. When did you get that big thing? Huh? Oh, the big guy? I've had that for about a month. Jeez. It's a big hit with the kids. Why wasn't it there yesterday? Oh? Huh? Oh, right. The compressor was busted. Compressor? Yeah, it's that little unit by my hot dog stand. That's why I used to put air in the Steel Samurai. It broke a little while ago, so I sent it in for repairs. I wonder how it broke. There, I thought you'd be inflated by yourself. Oh, inflated by yourself. Alright. Sir, this seems sus. I mean, Larry's always sus. Alright, let me... Well, no, he gave me the article. Never mind. I got nothing to give you. Can I examine? Does that Steel Samurai look a little out of place? I mean, it's so huge. I guess it's good for advertising. Fair. Something about the Steel Samurai just doesn't work for me. Huh? Really? It looks pretty well made to me. Still a novice, aren't you, Nick? Really? True concierge like Cody and me don't fall for this kind of stuff. These Steel Samurai fans are obviously in a league of their own. What's this machine? That's the compressor. I use it to fill up the balloon with air. Neat. Just got repaired yesterday. Man, what a drag that was. That's my question though. How did it break? Can't get over the samurai dogs. The original samurai dogs, no less. Hey man, whoever calls their product the original first wins. Why don't you add world famous to the signs? Hey, good idea. What have I done? World famous original samurai hot dogs. Those flags look sadly out of place here. Flapping listless back and forth in a cold wind under a cold sky. I don't know, I think it gives a place kind of festival atmosphere. It reminds me of the War of the Eyeglasses. The War of the what? Huh? What? You mean you don't know about the War of the Eyeglasses? What the heck is it? Our local fair used to do it every summer. I guess we're the only ones. Actually, again, what the heck is it? You gotta leave us off like that? Let's see how it is. It's fine. It's not. It's fine. Wow, Gore Lake is really big. Yeah, saying that. Why is it called Gore? I already done this. Alright. Wait, that was a new dialogue. Alright, so I guess just move. Get to the boat rental shop. Can we go into the boat and go into the lake? It's always so quiet here. I wonder if the boat shop is closed for good. Well, the murder of the lake and all. They're probably just taking a vacation till it blows over. I get it. Can I get on the boat? The murder took place on the boat. Alright. Nothing new here. The boat rental's literally been useless so far. Guess I'll go back to the lake woods. What we got? Oh, hey, Lava. Hey, y'all. Well, y'all find anything about Gordy? No, nothing yet. Well, keep moving. It gets cold out here at nighttime. It's a little chilly. I think I have to sneeze. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, you don't. No sneezing. I told y'all, no sneezing. See, I set the camera to respond to things a little softer than a bang. Trigger on one of Von Karma's finger snaps now. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, sorry's not nice, but what about my film? Yeah, I can pay the lady. What happened? I learned something in today's trial, that's for sure. Testifying is serious business. That's why I decided not to talk about the case anymore. Whoa, didn't you say you had information about the case? Tell us that at least. Like I said, I'll trade it for Gordy. Alright. What are you gonna do if Gordy doesn't exist? I'll quit being an investigative photographer. After all, I only have one photo of my name so far. Is it a good one? You bet. UFO. A UFO? Anyway, if I can't get a career making photo this time, so you're saying UFO. And that's it. I'll quit and go back to the school. So you really are a university student? Yeah, well, I'm taking a break for a bit. That's weird. Give me the option to do that again. Oh, because I'm still looking for Gordy. Got it. Okay. No camping. Funny place to picture. Oh, it's the aluminum thing. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I have no idea where to look right now. Thinking maybe... At this point, I'm just trying to see if anything pops up. Hey, Nick Benches, let's take a break. Maybe have a hot dog? Think not. It's too cold to stand any hot dogs out here. Wimpy City Boy. You should try standing under a freezing waterfall sometime. Fair. Yeah, I don't really see anything here. He's got nothing else to say. I don't really have any evidence to provide him. That's the guy that's selling my hot dogs faster. I can cook them. You think Gordy really exists? And I think somebody probably saw something that they thought was just Gordy. I'll keep selling samurai dogs until the truth's out. It's got like another day or two. Alright. Let's go to the criminal affairs department. Hey there, pal. What's up? You look out of sorts. Wait, you think you can go and do something that's gonna hurt Mr. Edgeworth's case again? What do you mean again? Whatever. Have a seat, pal. I'm here for you if you need anything. Besides, money that is. The investigation. That's the investigation proceeding. It's not really. We have another meeting coming up. We're supposed to talk about Mr. Edgeworth's motive. His motive? See, Mr. Edgeworth's father died in the DL6 incident. The guy who got the lone suspect declared innocent was the victim of this case. Nah. Oh well. How are you? How did trivia night go? Did you do good? Did you win? Did you get anything? How's everything? Robert Hammond. They're saying that's why Mr. Edgeworth shot him. And Edgeworth never talks about his past. I bet they'll drag that out him in court tomorrow, too. I gotta admit, it doesn't look good, pal. Ugh. 5th out of 7? That's not too bad. Did you get like a small like gift card maybe or something? Or just like a pat on the back. My collar is bothering the hell out of me, sorry. But proud. Only won the 3. Okay, that's how I figured. Still proud. Hope you had fun though. I need a drink. No, I don't know. What's a normal day for me? I was saying earlier is like I woke up, I went to work, I came home, I ate food, here I am. It's essentially been my day. We did, and I got to try the pineapple sour. Ooh, how was that? Actually sounds delicious. But easy days are easy. True. They are very easy. Monster down Gourd Lake? Not personally, no. Well, we're looking for it. Oh boy. It was really good, not super pineapple-y. That's good. Was it like super sour, you think? Or is it just like just right? Are you out of your minds? Oh boy. You got time to go wild monster hunting? How about doing a little questioning for me then? Detective Gumshoe is scaring me, Nick. Oh boy. I told Detective Gumshoe about the deal with Lada. Nick, try telling him sooner next time. Sorry. I see, pal. Sorry for shouting at you. Okay. I, Detective Gumshoe, will aid your search for Gordy. I'll loan you one of our newest secret weapons for finding evidence. You can take whichever one you like. Neat. Give us the goods. Hold on now, everything in due time. First, let me show them to you. Alright. It wasn't super sour either. Unfortunately, it was like slightly sour cider. Okay. Gotcha. It's like this is like a good drink. That's all. I get that. All right. Which, by the way, I'm still looking for that Godiva. I was looking earlier this morning because one of our local like wine shops has like an online inventory they keep in stock. One of them have. None of them, like not a single one has the chocolate one. I ended up not shopping tonight. That's okay. Listen, you got out, you got some drinks, you just had a good time, you relaxed. You can get to shopping another day or 2 or 7, whichever. just relax. As long as you're not starving. That's all that matters. But yeah, I've been looking for that Godiva. I found, yeah, all my stores only have the white chocolate, but I think I'm gonna get that. Probably either tomorrow or Friday, if I can get to the store. It's just a bit further than where I wanted to travel. That's okay. I've never been to the liquor store that I'm gonna go to for that, so I'm kind of curious what it's like. It has a nice inventory. But it's not that far. It's only like 20 minutes from me. Or from where I work, it's only like 20 minutes, but it's not that bad. Hold on now, everything in due time. First, let me show you 2. These are our best and brightest. Introducing secret weapon number 1, the missile. Excuse me. He's a K9 police. Oh, sweet. Missile. Here, boy. Here he is. Oh, he's cute. Like Nick, cute dog. Don't worry, I'm gonna run out of toilet paper before food. Oh no. Please use the food for other uses. But no, well, damn. Hopefully you can get to shopping soon. But I hope you're doing well, though. It's good seeing. My apartment tomorrow is right across from Target, so that's perfect then. There you go. A cute dog. This will help us how? Next secret weapon number 2. A fishing pole. Here, this is my own personal pole. Detective Gumshoe. We're looking for a monster. Yeah. Are we supposed to catch a whole sea monster with a fishing pole? Never know till you try, pal. You know, it's fair. Okay, this next one's the last one. No, please, I'm already overwhelmed by our choices. Secret weapon number 3, a metal detector. Here. Ooh, we're looking for something alive. Right. Are we supposed to find it with a metal detector? You never know. It might have been eating soda cans. Well, which will it be? I feel like we need to take the dog. Alright, do we borrow the dog? Do we borrow a fishing pole? Or do we borrow a metal detector? I guess that's your out of context choices. For in context choices, we're looking for the Loch Ness Monster. So do we bring a dog to look for the Loch Ness Monster, a fishing pole to try to fish out the Loch Ness Monster, or a metal detector in hopes of, I don't know, the Loch Ness Monster has, actually, if it's in the hand, it has jewels. How about an actual missile? I was kind of thinking that too. The cute, adorable dog is the missile. So we would be shooting the missile directly into the lake, hoping to sniff out where this Loch Ness Monster might be. I feel like... So it's... Okay, can I actually show my evidence? Okay, cool. So here's the evidence we have. I'm not sure that's any better. Welcome back, guys. So, to give you more evidence, this is what we're looking for. So this is the image that we were provided. To me, I'm wondering if this is actually a monster. Or perhaps the thing they think it's like a head is actually like a hand. Because I'm thinking it's an arm with a hand sticking out of the water. Or maybe it's someone swimming? Because there's like a little thing like here. Maybe it could be someone swimming. I feel like it's like an arm. Yeah, like a sock puppet, something like that. So I'm thinking maybe it's like a body in the water. Could be just someone swimming. Could be someone that got shot. I don't know. It'll get me to the store faster than if I'm gonna run out of food. Honestly, Jenna, that's 100% fair. I could definitely see that. Glitch baby hunting? The heck is glitch baby hunting? We're doing like Pokemon? Looks like a sock puppet or someone just being very inappropriate. It's like, ow, wow. Little nightmares. Oh. There's baby hunting and Little Nightmares? I am not. Is it the first one or the second one you're trying to do? Because I know you were playing the second one. Okay, that's what I kind of figured. I'm like, wait, you were playing the second one. There's baby hunting? I don't even know the context for it. There are glitch children and I call them glitch babies. Like, I remember there's moments where there's like baby looking things that pop up. I've played half the game and I still know what he's talking about. I'm so... Yeah, I don't even know. You'll know when you see them. Clutch babies? Thank you, Trav. Ace, 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 ace. There is no cooldown. Ace, you okay? I'm worried about Ace. I'm bringing the missile. Ace, ace. Okay, that makes up for the times you were live. I couldn't stop in the mess with the counter. Glad you were able to make up for it. Stream moments like GG's. Alright, we're gonna borrow the missile. Can we borrow a missile? Sure thing, pal. Be good to him. God, dog! He's so cute. Oh boy. A canine unit in training, very cute with shiny eyes. Alright. We're going. Back to the lake. Hey, Nick. Missile's been acting strangely. Oh, right. That little creature of the detectives. Hey, I love little doggies. Good boy, good boy. Don't kill the dog. Oh. No. The guy and dog looks like. The concerned Doge. Draw a missile. The heck? Oh, he's eating all the hot dogs. Cannibal is eating my samurai dogs. Oh no. It ate all of Larry Butts' hot dogs. My samurai dogs. Oh boy. Wow, he ate every single one. You know? I'm so sorry, Larry. Sorry, don't pay my bills, Nick. It's going to have to this time. You know, surprised his name isn't Harry. It is. Sometimes. It's the detective guy. The detective. Sometimes, yes. Everyone keeps confusing him for Harry Butts. Constantly. The developers were aware of what they were doing when they made this character's name. And I very much appreciate it. But yeah, he's constantly referred to as Harry Butts. But then we get confused as Harry Butts. Which, by the way, the detective, if you don't know, Detective Gumshoe, his name is Dick Gumshoe. So that's another character name. The girl that we were just speaking with, her name's Lotta Hart. Like Lotta Hart. There's been like a character named like April May. We had a red white character who worked at a company called Blue Corp. Gumshoe, like the Pokemon. Yeah, except without the O, it's an E, and he doesn't look like Trump. And he's actually a cool guy. Yeah, there's a Miss Oldbag. Yeah, Lady Oldbag. And she was an old lady. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, there was an old lady that we had talked to, and her name was Miss Oldbag. And no one wanted to refer to as Oldbag because they thought they were being rude. There's like, please explain such and such. Like, there was a judge who was just like refused to say the last name Oldbag. Because they're like, I don't want to be rude, but that's your last name. And you're old. So it's like constant. Alright, we're gonna move. Because he is... I'm gonna go to the boat. Can I don't know. Can you do anything, dog? Dog. Hey Larry, look, it's Missile. Isn't he cute? Keep that mud away from me. Why am I going to tell the big boss? Is the big boss in charge of your hot dog stand? Nick, maybe the stand is the front of a mafia Wait, maybe the stand is a front for a mafia money laundering scheme. That is quite the assumption. Maya, I think you should probably try to look a little sorry about what happened. A little sorry, look a little sorry. My poor dogs. Alright, let's move. It's the last place to look. Present the dog. Hey, Lala. Oh, cute. He's yours? He's a canine police dog. His name's Missile. Huh. Canines are the ones they use to sniff for things, right? I don't know what Gorky smells like. I hadn't thought about that. Can we use this dog for anything? I'm honestly starting to think maybe use the detector. Can we try this one more time? Or maybe we can bring him to Edgeworth. Maybe we should do that. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. Ah, fresh air. I got freedom feels great. Behave yourself in the courtroom tomorrow, okay? Misbehaving's much more fun. It's not going to be so much fun when Edgeworth refuses to pay your bail again. Right. I'll behave. Truth. I was just thinking, I'm like, this is Ace. Oh, dear. She is literally about chaos, this girl. Alright. Well, yeah, what to do? Well, what should we do? I don't know. I've been in attention this whole time. I think I'll let you decide. Thanks. Well, I was in detention all day. Yeah. My is chaos for sure. New waifu required. Let's go talk to Edgeworth. Looks like Edgeworth is in questioning. Well then, we're not gonna go talk to Edgeworth. Let's go. I don't know where they go at this point. Grossberg? It's the last place I can look. He's on vacation today. Guess he can come back tomorrow if I need anything. Can you sniff? This dog's useless. Alright. No offense, dog. You're not helping. Ace. Why? Because Ace. Dog's not helping. We need new evidence. I want to do the metal detector. Not sure what we're going to find with this. Remember, you're hunting for a monster. Anything is possible. Anything. If you can't beat them, use it against them. Alright. Let's go to the beach. Can I present this? I don't know if this will actually work, but we'll try. Sorry, Nick. I don't know much about me or hot dog. It's okay. Sorry, that was a little loud. That hurt my ears. Nick! It's beeping! The metal detector found something. Sure is loud enough about it. Must be in the bushes? Nick? Look! An air tank? Huh. The valve looks broken. That was Gordy. Maya, first of all, why would Gordy be in the bushes? And second of all, why would the metal detector react to a sea monster? Uh-oh. Huh. There's something wrapped around this air tank. Looks like a string of flags. An empty air tank. The valve is open and a banner of flags is wrapped around it. Larry. Present this to him. What? An air tank? What about it? Larry, I wanted to ask you about this tank. Have you seen it before? Huh? Me? No, never. Oh, he was hesitant there. Who the heck will go diving in the middle of the winter? There's something about the way his eyes twitch when I showed him the tank. I think I better pursue this line of questioning a little further. So I press it on him again, maybe? What? An air tank? Is it yours? Say, is this air tank yours? Why would I have a thing like that? Look, see there's a string of flags around the tank valve? It's just like the string of flags around your Steel Samurai there. I was thinking that. Must be a coincidence. There's strings of flags everywhere these days. Like the elementary schools. And used car dealerships. Look, why would I need a tank anyway? To inflate something? You used this to inflate that, didn't you? Inflate what? What else? That big puffy Steel Samurai. Now, why wouldn't you go asking me a question like that? Looks like I hit the nail on the head. Look at his eye just twitching. It's so subtle. Right. Actually, see, the compressor I always use was on the fritz. So I tried using the tank to inflate it just once, and it didn't go so well, as I suspected. Axmore. It didn't go so well? Yeah. Do you think you could be a little more specific? Come on. Like, it's embarrassing, so I really don't want to talk about it. Tell us! Fine. Whatever. It's like what I said, the compressor was busted. So I took the tank and tried to fill the Samurai up with that. And then... blam! What time did this happen? The valve busted open and made this incredible noise. And that tank there took off like a rocket. And it took my poor deflated Steel Samurai with it. Off into the Gourd Lake. So the Samurai was in Gourd Lake. Oh, the hands. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Okay, that makes sense. So, he's making money off of the damn Steel Samurai that was in the lake. What a dick. Alright. It sure scared me out of my gourd, that's for sure. Alright, that just made so much sense. The flying air tank. So the tank and the Steel Samurai you were trying to fill up flew away. What happened next? Well, that happened on the 20th or so. 20th? A week ago. Now, as far as I could see, the tank went flying out into the lake. A week before the murder. So I went out every night in the boat looking for it. I mean, Kayans gave me that Steel Samurai after all. And when did you find it? Just the night before last. I flew way out there. It took me 4 whole days to find it. The night before the last was the night of the murder. Oh boy. Sorry for not telling you, Nick. Actually, I was here on the night of the murder. But you see, I went home before midnight. So you didn't know about what happened? No. That's too bad. It's not all bad. We've solved one mystery at least. A mystery? Maybe we should go tell her. Yeah. So we have our proof. Gordy. Well, Mr. Lawyer, I've got info. All you need. Y'all got the scoop on Gordy for me yet? Doesn't exist. Father, there's no such thing as Gordy. What? How can you be so sure? Really, Nick? I got some proof Gordy doesn't exist. The proof that Gordy doesn't exist is here. Of course I have proof. No lawyer worth his badge will make a claim without the proof. Back it up. Here's the proof. Newspaper. Do I provide the newspaper article or do I provide... Alright, let me try providing the bottle first. Take that. Larry's air tank. What are y'all doing with an air tank? This is Gordy. Excuse me? What exactly are you saying, Nick? There's a stand near here, a hot dog stand. There's a giant inflatable samurai doll there. About a week ago, an idiot who happens to be a friend of mine tried to fill it up. He used his air tank, and when the valve blew, the tank flew into the lake. Apparently, it made a pretty loud bang when it flew. A bang? The tank, along with the still deflated samurai, fell into the lake. At that same time, a couple was taking a photograph of the lake. This photo. Wait. So you're saying that Gordy is really the Steel Samurai? Oh. Well, that's fine. That's a fine way to ruin a gal stream. I'm sorry, Lada. Nah, it's okay. You win. I'll give you your info like I promised. Poor Lada. Alright. So tell us this information you have. A promise is a promise, I guess. I overheard the cops around here saying something about the witness tomorrow. They said he's the caretaker of the boat rental place up the path here. There's someone there? I mean, it looks so deserted. Just an old guy living all by himself. Y'all should go check it out. Thanks, Lada. We will. Let's get cracking. Hold on, something else? Yeah, the night of the murder. My camera clicked twice, you know. Wait, so you have another photo? Well, yeah, but there's nothing in it at all, just the lake. I figured it wouldn't be so much as evidence, so I kept it to myself. Well, it might not be helpful at all, but here, take it. Okay. That was at 11:50 p.m. That could be good though. Like if someone says they're trying to say something before midnight. It was an empty lake. There's nothing there. I actually could be helpful. Time for me to pack up and leave. Oh, it's all Larry's fault. The legend still lives on, I guess. The legend? Yeah, the legend of Larry. Familiar to all who know him for any length of time. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Alright. Well said. Someone should wipe that butts into shape. Or should whip. I'm tired. Alright. I should... we'll do the boat rental place really quick. And I think I'll wrap after that. Hey, Nick. This is the boat shop that Lana was talking about. You're right. Doesn't seem to be anyone around at all. Well, let's go check it out anyway. Alright. I'm just imagining a bunch of devs around the table drinking beers and thinking of these jokes. These are aces people. Ace, did you write this game? True. Small boat rental shop, doesn't look like anyone's around. They're probably close because of the murder. I could use the dog now. Wait, go back. Move. We're going back. Oh, we can go inside the caretaker shack. Never mind. I was thinking maybe use the dog to sniff out whoever is in here. Oh, Jesus. Meg? That you? Maggie, you there? If you're lurking, you don't have to come out. But apparently caretaker's looking for you. In another lifetime, I was these devs. But now we are one under one entity. Fair. Alright, so Meg, that you. Eek. Hey, is that Keith with you? So with his eyes. Where have you been? I've been worried sick. Nick, you handle this. I think I'll leave this one up to you, Maya. Meg! Yes? Finally made up your mind, have you? Mind? You'll run the pasta shop when I'm gone? Pasta? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Should I feel left out or thankful that I'm not in this? Yes. You make your old man proud. When your kids left the house, I didn't know what to think. How am I supposed to keep this place running, an old man like me? Polly, the kids are here. Hello, hello. Squawk. Oh my god. Nick, what was that? A parrot? The one on that perch? Keith. Yes. I'll leave the wet noodle in your capable hands, Sonny. Nick, what's the wet noodle? Based on the available evidence, I'd say it's the name of this pasta shop. That's a relief, isn't it, Polly? Hello, hello, Squawk. Yep. He fell asleep. I guess he's relieved. Let's go look around. What we got? Looks like a kitchen unit. It's pretty clean. Funny, he doesn't look like the type who'd keep things tidy like that. You're forgetting Nick. He's running a pasta shop here. True. Hi, parrot. Wow, what an amazing parrot that is. Good morning. Hello. They ignored me. Aww. What? You forgot Meg? Gotta call her name first. Her name? Polly, how you been? Hello, hello. See? Neat, so the parrot's name is Polly. The erstwhile companion of the boat shop caretaker answers to the name Polly. Why is this evidence? I'm guessing something with the name Polly. Too bad all she can say is hello. Har har har. Old Polly can say lots of things. He doesn't need to know the secret words. Polly, Polly, what's your name? Polly, Squawk. Hee cute. Mine's found a new friend. Look, Nick, he has an electric blanket on the table. Looks warm. That's a great idea. We should do that at the office. We can sit down with our clients, snug and warm, and drink hot cocoa. And what about... And what? Talk about murders? Oh, you're a party pooper. Actually does sound kind of cozy, though. Well, there's lots of various fish in Gourd Lake, aren't there? Something's funny, Nick. All these fish are saltwater fish. Huh. Look, a little safe. It's locked. Dang. Wow, it has a television in here, too. Alright. That's a fishing pole. This fishing pole looks expensive. Okay, I think we looked at everything. Let's just try to talk to him. A pasta shop? Yep. To think the wet noodle will live on when I'm gone. My father started it, you know, so that makes you two the third generation. Meg. Yes. Tomorrow we'll start with the secrets of dough tossing. Dough tossing? You too, Keith. Yes. It'll be the best pasta wrangler the West has ever seen. Yeah, pasta wrangler the West isn't pasta from Italy? Meg. Yes? You know the best pasta's always been made west of the Rockies, don't you? Right, of course. Everybody knows that. Nick? Huh? How long do we have to keep this up? Keep this all in the family charade? This old man must know something about the murder. We're not leaving until we find out what that is. The boat rental shop. This is the boat rental shop, right? What are you talking about? This here's the Palace of Pasta, the wet noodle. So now that you mention it, we haven't gotten many orders for spaghetti lately. All the kids come up and say, yo, dude, we want to ride one of your boats. That's why I keep them boats out there. Youngsters these days, darn if I understand them. I'm pretty confused myself. Nick, this isn't going anywhere. This old man is the witness tomorrow, right? Got to find some way of getting information out of him. Ah, my memory's gotten worse of late. That's why I just tell everything important to old Polly. There you go. Everything important? I wonder. Polly, what's the number in the safe? 1228. Oh, damn. Alright. Hey, Polly, watch it, will you? Yeah, scenic. All it takes is a little clever thinking. And a criminal mind. Quick, Nick, write that number down. Hey, don't get me involved in your little heist schemes. Should I actually do it? No, doesn't let me. I feel like I need to talk to Polly more. I think that's all we got. Unless I can present him anything. Polly. Now listen here, Keith. Remember that tricolor pasta we were talking about? Our rainbow-lioli? I figured the last color we should use indigo blue. Indigo blue? That didn't seem to work the way I thought it might. I don't know what to ask this guy. Is he Faye? Yeah. I got really nothing. Alright. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bar Quad, welcome back. Validation claps. Thank you. How you doing, Region? Alright, I got nothing on this guy. I think I need to use one of those other evidences. From the detective. Detective Gumshoe isn't here. Now you mentioned he didn't say he had a meeting to go to. Damn. Gotta be at the lake. Oh, what's up? Not too much. We're about to wrap a couple. It's getting a little late for me. But I wanted to figure this out. Hello. Or maybe... Lana might have something? Nope, she's gone. Damn. So it's gotta be something I already have on me. That lets me either talk to him or I need to talk to Polly. Training badge? I'm kind of desperate for anything at this point. Oh, that actually worked. That's a lawyer's badge. Yes, it is. I don't believe it. This old guy is the first person to recognize my badge. I get it. Huh? Yep. I got you figured out now. You're not Keith. Nick? Now's our chance to clear things up. Sir? No, I'm not Keith. I'm not Meg either. We're here investigating the murder that took place on this lake the other night. Please help us. A lawyer, huh? Please, mister. Alright, I'll help. But on one condition. Oh boy. Meg's the imposter! My god. What's that? When this case is over and done, you'll run the wet noodle. Yes. Nick, are you sure about this? Hey, I need to get this case solved. Also, who would want to eat Phoenix noodles? Jesus. I guess so. That's my boy. Good for you, Keith. Wait, didn't I just... You too, Meg? Yes. You bring a tear to your old man's eye, you know. Now, what was that you wanted to know? Speak up, Polly. Hello. Now he's talking to the bird again. How did we get him to talk to us? We talked to him through Polly. Polly, here's my only friend in the world. Isn't that right, Polly? Hello. Yep. I think we just had to talk to Pop. Oh, guess not. Show him the photo? Yep, I've seen this. You know something about this, sir? Keith. Yes. It's okay. You can call me Dad. Dad. You know something about this? Yep. The other night, out on the lake. Yes, yes. I know all about that. I've seen it. Oh boy. Tell us what you saw. Well, I suppose, since you're taking over the shop and all, what you saw. I forget the time, but it was pretty dark outside, probably night. Yup. It was after midnight, but okay. Then I heard this bang, so I looked outside. Then I heard another one. Bang. A little while later, this boat comes back. The young man walked by my window here. He was muttering something to himself. Yup. What did he say? Yup. I forgot. Damn it. I'll remember tomorrow by court time, I promise. We need to know earlier than that. You know what? Hey, little Terry here was just here. Terry? Yup, that kid next door. He always used to make him cry, remember? He was wearing this tattered old coat. Got himself some whiskers growing out of his face. Must be talking about Detective Gumshoe. He comes up and tells me to come down to the court tomorrow. Really? I don't think we're going to get much useful information from this guy. Maya, maybe we should be leaving. I think you're right. Oh wait, I had one more question. Polly, have we forgotten something? Don't forget DL6. What? What did you just say, Nick? One more time, Polly? Don't forget DL6. Hey, I mean Dad. This is getting weird. Who is this old guy? Yeah, why would Polly know about that? I have to figure out who the old man is. Oh, what? He locked the door from the other side. Who could the old man be? I think I needed a little more research on this DL6 incident. Maybe I should go ask Detective Gumshoe. Alright, this is gonna keep going. It's gonna go for a while. Yeah, I think it's a good place to wrap. Because I think we still have like another probably 2 hours or so on this. Like, this is going to go for a while. But yeah, it's 11:30. I went like a half hour longer than I usually do. I want to keep going. I'm not going to give in the peer pressure, but I do need to stop, unfortunately. But thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. If we want to drop some raid calls, we can see if anyone's online at this time. So no 12 hour? No, not tonight.